Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm Concristo. This is another edited, I was going to say Hoi 4, EU4. EU4? No, Victoria 3. That's the game I'm playing. We're going to be playing as Österreich today. Good old Austria. No idea if that name has connotations from a different era, but anyway. We're going to be playing as Austria. And my objective is to make this game different to the Great Britain game in a few ways. Number one, I've added more mods, so our food industries are complicated now, and our farms are different. We've got different stuff going on there, so that'll be fun to play with. Our urban centers are different. They make transport, I think, like right from the beginning. One of these things does anyway. Is it this one? Yeah, they make transport right from the beginning, so there's less of a kind of rapid transport cutoff. I'm also using, I'm using various mods. There'll be a picture of the mod list in the description, sorry, and in the comments, pinned comment as normal. But one of the main differences is that infrastructure is generated differently and used differently, I think, such that far more things use some transport, basically, and transport is a good that can be moved around because you're essentially, it's the logic there is a bit convoluted, but that's okay. you part of the transport stuff is you're creating the capacity here for someone here to manage trains that run over here and stuff like that. And that's how I understand it anyway. It's going to be interesting, just different kind of economy thing for me to mess with. The other way I'm going to make this different from the previous game is I am not allowed to conquer states or take puppets that are not adjacent to me. Now that is going to be challenging. So there's no like grabbing Transvaal, there's no getting states off Qing, there's no going and puppeting Canada. It has to be adjacent to us. I'm going to try and win the Brothers' War. I'm going to try and unify Germany under us, which will mean getting Prussia down from great power status, which will be interesting. I'm also going to, need to resolve the Holstein question, ideally. I am going to make one exception to that rule of everything has to be adjacent, except in Germany. Or let's say, maybe I should say except in the former Holy Roman Empire. Anywhere that was once part of the Holy Roman Empire, I'm allowed to take without it being adjacent. So it's all of Belgium, the Netherlands, a bit of France, lots of Italy. Any of that stuff I'm allowed to take without adjacency. I think that would be good, just because otherwise I think the German conflict is going to be just kind of annoying. But from then, if I want oil, I'm going to have to, manually conquer my way down. There is some oil around here, right, in this time frame? I hope so. Or maybe we'll conquer our way to Persia. I'm also going to try, we'll see how it goes, I'm going to try and do relatively nice borders, which I think will be fun. Cool. Those are the objectives. I have no idea how long this video is going to be. Last time I intended the video to be like 30 minutes and it was 9 hours. You know how long the video is, so let's find out. Here's the new good I was thinking about, by the way. You have logistical services, which are consumed by trade centers, urban centers, and naval bases. This represents long distance travel, and this transportation represents local travel, basically. You can see that this is not consumed by POPs. And I believe it can be like exported, which is kind of wild, which is interesting. The other thing is that the price can vary more, minus 90 to plus, I think it's plus 90 as well. So there'll be more violent swings in our economy potentially, which I think could be fun. Also, our urban centers produce some construction. Not much, but some construction, and they produce, transport and services right out of the gate. You also get smaller urban centers, I think. Does everything show as #1 in the world before you unpause the game? Yeah, it looks like it does. Cool. But yeah, if you want to take a look at the mods, they're mostly Gray's mods, and I'm using most of Gray's essential model list. So if you want to go have a look at them, I encourage you to do so. I'm not going to go super deep into how they work because I don't know how they work yet. But we'll find out. So early game goals, get the industrialization loop going, pick a company. It's probably going to be Army offense early on seems like it would be valuable, but it would require some more profitable tooling and arms. Oh yeah, and our arms industries can be demobilized to make tools instead of arms when you're not at war, which I think is a really cool system. But yeah, maybe I should be trying to get the... We should be able to get the productivity of tooling workshops up without too much difficulty. I imagine the price of tooling is going to spike quite a bit. It's a shame that there's this lag when you open these. I think that's from the Better UI mod, but I really can't live without the Better UI mod. Anyway, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with this, even though it's not going to be prosperous. Plus 10% bureaucracy. I mean, we don't have a huge bureaucracy to start with, so I don't think that's vital. So we're going to try and do this and make our tooling workshops more profitable. But yeah, early goals. We're going to be trying to industrialize some areas where we can get some nice construction loops going. Try to get some reforms done. I think we... yeah, so we could put the Catholic Church in, but I'd probably rather not, just because they might petition me to do some stuff that I'm not keen on. There's really... I guess they probably want... We already have public schools. Interesting. They probably want... health insurance, at least. Yeah, the Catholic Church want health insurance. Okay, so we'll put the Catholic Church in and then get health insurance going. The other goals that I have for this game are to try... We did very socialist UK game. Let's try and be more ruthless capitalists this time. I think that would be fun. But yeah, let's reform the government. Get the clergy in here. And try and get a health system going. Not great odds of getting that passed, but we will give it a go. Cool. And yes, we have to not let a Hungarian secession progression reach 50. Otherwise, we get the Matter of Hungary, which I believe is basically a... you can become Austro-Hungary. I don't know what impact that has. Maybe it would be a good thing. Maybe it would add Hungarian as an accepted culture. Because right now, what are our accepted cultures? Where do I see that? Here. Yeah, South German is our primary culture. So if we got Hungarian as a primary culture, they have the cultural take Hungarian, which is these two. So 200,000 of them, 5.7 million Hungarians. Right now, they're only at second-class citizen. It would be pretty good if we could upgrade them. Did that say no effects for second-class citizen? No, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a good increase if we can get them up from second class to main. They still get voting rights and things. Yeah, full voting rights, less voting contribution to political strength. Okay, interesting. And the same assimilation for the second and first class citizens. So we will assimilate them quite quickly. But yeah, we have a lot of second class citizens, which could cause us some problems, obviously, relative to our northern neighbor, Prussia, who is almost exclusively all first-class citizens. I have to imagine they'll almost all be North German. If we look at the cultural map... Where's the cultures map? Is there not a cultures map? There it is, culture overview. You can see that, obviously, they've got some Polish and some North German / Polish, but not nearly as diverse as we are. So if we could try and be a bit more accepting, that would be good. What is our current law on the subject? We are at national supremacy, yeah, and empowering the intelligentsia. Unlike Prussia as well, I did load in as Prussia before I decided I wanted to go as Austria. Prussia starts with some relatively powerful industrialists. We're behind on industrialization at the moment. Industrialists are actually marginalized, which is not ideal, so we'll be seeing what we can do to bump up the power of the industrialists just through getting some nice profitable construction loops going. I've also just noticed the game is way too quiet. That's better. Nice. Cool. Okay, I'll get that going and we'll see how we start here. So I think the two early places I'm going to try and industrialize are Central Hungary, Hungary, and Bohemia. So I've put down some decrees accordingly. I'm trying to decide whether I should be doing manufacturing industry or resource industry, and I guess I should do resource industry on these two, because right now the main... I mean, I assume construction sector counts as manufacturing. Well, here, let's find out. If I put the manufacturing industry bonus here. Does that help this? Let's unpause till the end of the week. I've switched to iron tools, by the way, which is why it's so much more expensive right now. My iron is so so pricey. It looks like no. Yeah, there's no multiplied down to unused construction for goods info. Oh, that's clever. But yeah, there you can see the base price is already over. Well, the national price rather is already over where it could be. What was I saying? Yes, so we do have no bonus from that. So we should probably instead encourage resource industry. Although, does it make sense to give it bonuses there or where we have the largest iron mines? Which actually is going to be Bohemia and Central Hungary anyway. So interesting, we're not using the atmospheric pump here. I'm pretty certain we should be using the atmospheric pump everywhere. Yeah, it's going to make coal and tools much more expensive, but that's okay because I bet I can do this. Yep. Oh, sorry, that's lead. Ah, no. Okay, more coal mines probably what we need. But yeah, I think Central Hungary and Bohemia are where I'm going to focus, partly because they're good. They have coal and iron and logging, which is obviously great, but also focusing on Central Hungary. Ooh, not enough workers. Are you failing to hire? Not enough qualifications. Yeah, well, I am promoting social mobility here, so we'll see how we do on that. But yeah, public greens, by the way, new thing that gives services and transportation, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I'm focusing on these two areas. I want to make the Hungarians loyal to try and help the matter of Hungary not go wrong by avoiding radicals in Hungary. I hope that we will be able to have less issues there. By the way, we have an education bump we could be doing. And do I also want this? State penalties from turmoil? I don't think I do, because I don't want to buff up the Austrian aristocracy. Yeah, and then Bohemia, likewise, there's lots of Czech here who are currently second-class citizens, but we will be able to, yeah, and therefore I want to worry more about their radicalism, basically, because they'll get more radical because they're treated less well. So the way the German nationalized entity works is that it all kicks off once 70% of us have researched nationalism. So I don't need to worry about it too much. And I don't know if it makes sense to rush this because I'm a bit worried about fighting Prussia. Prussia starts with more mill tech than we do. Yeah, I've also decreased the UI scale. So I really apologize if it's difficult for you to see, but I feel like I need it just to be able to fit things into the outliner. Basically, I would love a 2-line outliner or more of this space used, or, you know, there's loads of space on the screen that I would love to see used for, rather than just everything being in the outliner, but I'll do what I can. But the other thing I wanted to point out is we have a power block mod. So way more principles. And as far as I can tell, this mod is just like, hey, you like power blocks? We made them more in every way, which I'm sure is unbalanced, but that's okay. It's not a competitive game. But yeah, so we have this very cohesive thing. We can get way more principles. There are way more principles. And right now we're an ideological union. I don't know if we want to stay in ideological union. 10% enactment time is nice, and imposed government principles and distribution of power is nice. But because we're not going to, I'm not really interested in, you know, spreading my power block all around the world. We're going to stay quite local. I'm not sure if this is the one that it makes sense to be. Now we can't switch. Okay, I would have to pick a primary group, but look how many more primary groups there are. It seems cool, this mod. I'm happy I found it. Ooh, 15% industrialist political strength. That's interesting. Principal group is deregulation. What does it give you at the top level? 10% company throughput, and it forces privatization, foreign investment amongst all power block members. That's kind of cool. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to have a look through these and we'll decide which we want to be. I definitely don't want to be Sovereign Empire, even though that might be the best, just because we just did a Sovereign Empire run. So going, yeah, it's probably Trade League or Ideological. What's the advantage of military treaty? Higher training rate? It doesn't really matter. I don't think, because maybe during a war it gives you more staying power, maybe? We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'll be designing a new one. I don't think we can reform until we have a mandate available. Or do I start with a mandate available? No, we have 0 available mandate. So I'm pretty sure I can't click this button. Maybe you can. Maybe you can just at any point reform. I'll test that. Okay, yeah, turns out you can just reform instantly. It does have some pretty hefty penalties, though. Cohesion goes to 0. People in your power block dislike you and things like that, but we should definitely do it early on. It made Modena more happy with us. Interesting. It resets our influence over other countries as well, by the way, so I'll need to trend back up. But yeah, so I'll have a look and see what we actually want that to be. I just saved, obviously, so that I could test that. Okay, so looking at these, there's some really cool stuff in here. I like this mod, but I like the idea of the International Criminal Court, which gives you more legitimacy in loyalists and stuff, but also righteous cause, less radicals from conquest, less war exhaustion from casualties, less morale loss, more morale recovery. Does morale affect morale damage? Because if you're gonna win, otherwise I don't feel like morale matters much. I'll need to look at that when we're in, but so these seem kind of cool. And yeah, ideological truth, you get 25 minimum legitimacy, seems crazy good. If you compare that with Beijing, you're at 45 minimum legitimacy. That seems really cool. And then within the trade league, you've got the antitrust commission, more max companies, but less throughput bonus and less industrialist political strength and more shopkeepers investment. That seems bonkers good once you go more socialist later on. But I think for now, we should go deregulation and not go to the third tier of it. But for short term, deregulation 2 seems really good. 15% industrialist political strength is just what I need to kickstart our bonuses. It's a shame it doesn't give investment bonuses like this does for shopkeepers. The currency union also seems interesting, although the hit to cohesion is a problem. But yeah, more minting per independent block member is kind of fun, and non-block members mint less. It's kind of cool. And the development fund's cool as well. People really want to be in it, but it costs you 50 grand. So when we get rich, we could introduce a development fund to encourage people to join. Because yeah, no conquering, but I am going to allow myself to have... there's no technical limits on who's allowed to be in our power block, but I'm just as a matter of course not going to go and say like, hey Chile, you want to be in my block? It's going to be all very Austria focused. One of the other reasons I'm excited about this is it means I don't need to care about rushing civilizing mission and malaria prevention, which makes me, and I'm not saying this is the case, but it just makes me feel like the tech progression is all very one note. So yeah, we are going to switch immediately. Oh, I should show you what we've currently got, by the way. Status quo means less movement activism and revolution progression speed. Political movement activism is really important. So this does seem really good, but we are going to switch to trade league and deregulation, I think. More political strength for them. Seems good. And then, yeah, let me design a Council of Nations. That's kind of cool. I don't know, Central European Council. Let me do some tinkering with the custom stuff. All right, there we go. That should do it. Whoops, I clicked off. Did that get rid of it all? No, good. The Trans-Danubia Pact. Because we're, across the Danube. Seems good. Deregulation. Let's do it. We'll gain 1 mandate at the start of the next week, apparently. Cool. So our cohesion should hopefully come up. It's going to go to 17! Oh my god. I should have looked more into what trade leagues entail, huh? It doesn't... Does it not say it in here? Yeah, cohesion is truly awful. Because it does give us customs union, though, doesn't it? Yeah, I like the idea of it being a customs union. Where previously we wouldn't have been a customs union with these guys. But that is, that's not much cohesion it's trending towards. That's funny. So we need to increase, opinions with everyone in the block, which have just been worsened because we reformed it. And we need to increase the economic dependence, which I imagine is not actually 0. It's just that, no buy and sell orders have properly been calculated yet. And yeah, it's lowered by independent block members still. So we do still want to eventually absorb the people in our pact, but we might allow some independent people, like a French rump state that gets over, and do we allow to continue existing that could be in the pact eventually. That could be fun. Cool. All right, let's see what I can do to fix some opinions. So I decided an early war for Schleswig-Holstein. Seemed like a good move. And I think I'm pronouncing it the German way, which seems politically appropriate, given that we're going to war with Denmark. I've called Russia and Prussia in against them, and it looks like France might join against us, which would be kind of fun. They are currently fearful. That is funny. So right now, as I understand it, basically, when they're minus 75 or more, they probably will back down. And when they're fearful, the odds of them backing down are not that good. It's different depending on the exact value. Maybe I should try and build a spreadsheet to calculate the odds per day of them backing down. I really wish that number was just here, because very pessimistic, almost certain they will back down, is wrong, as far as I understand it. But yeah, we're going in here. We may have to violate Mecklenburg sovereignty to be able to actually invade into Schleswig-Holstein, but that's okay. And my theory about German unification, not knowing how it works, I remember I've done it as Prussia a long time ago, but I don't really remember how it works. And I think my goal has to be A, make Prussia not a great power, and B, and a little counterintuitively for that goal, try not to cause too much infamy, because infamy will make all of these people dislike me. So I think my goal in the short term is going to be try and get a bit more influence in Italy, and then once that's done, hopefully try and move to getting more influence over over German states. By the way, you know the graphics that show when you look at one of these power blocks? Do they look this terrible when zoomed in on everyone else's monitor? Or is that a mod that's causing that? Because it really looks kind of bad. But anyway, positivity. We're spending quite a lot more than we're taxing, and we're covering the difference in expenses with nationalization. We have a fair amount of stuff. Sorry, privatization. I'm just going to keep prioritizing everything, basically. Seems fine to me. Tech-wise, by the way, I'm going to do some production techs to try and get the ball really rolling there. Then I'm going to do some military techs to try and make sure we keep up with Prussia. I think that's important. And then we'll go from there. But yeah, France sides against us. I might try and steal Alsace-Lorraine off them. Could be interesting. Alsace-Lorraine is... oh, interesting. Alemannic culture, which is German-speaking, Swiss, and cultural heritage. I didn't know cultures could have speaking traits. Maybe that's from one of the mods. Interesting. Interesting. Are there also Germans? Yeah, there's South Germans and French living here. Cool. How widespread is that culture? It's in quite a few places. In Tyrol, some in Württemberg, Alsace-Lorraine. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, so we'll see how this war goes. With France potentially joining in, things might get exciting. I'm not going to mobilize additional troops until France actually does commit, though. With Russia in, I give them both just obligations, by the way, so we may owe them something in the future, but that's okay. If we do, if France does call in, then I was hopeful to use Russia and Prussia to really beat up on France, but we will see. There we go. France sided against us just as I thought maybe they weren't going to, so added in some Danish war reps. They joined for what? For nothing. Or maybe for an obligation. Does it show it in here? No. Okay, so this is going to be a big war, as it turns out. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, we could liberate Occitania. That'd be pretty big. We could conquer Alsace-Lorraine. It's going to damage our relations quite a lot with quite a few people. Which obviously is not what I was just saying we were trying to do. But Alsace-Lorraine's a good state, right? Yeah, loads of iron, loads of coal. Yeah, I mean, they'll be mad at us, obviously, for conquering them. Think of it as liberating. So they're still fearful. So they still might back down. We're really annoying. You'd nick Tahiti. Not a priority. I mean, if we liberate Occitania and take Alsace-Lorraine, that will basically murk France, right? So I think that is what we do. It's causing a whole bunch of infamy early on, which is not ideal, but having Alsace-Lorraine will make it easier for us to unite Germany. It does kind of take away a common goal between us and Prussia, meaning maybe it will worsen relations with Prussia. But if we can solidify relations with Russia, but Russia plus us versus France and Prussia in the long term seems bad. How can I not add in Alsace-Lorraine, though? It just doesn't seem right. So we also want Occitania. And let's see. And do we now mobilize all our reserves? Do I need to mobilize all my troops? Or can I hope that just Prussia and Russia will do it? I should really Let's at least send our main army to the Rhine HQ. Oh, and I am going to go to all my armies and say, hey. Oh, I guess I do need to let them borrow if we're going to be on the defensive, but let's say only Austrian armies for now. Then do I need to make sure I protect against naval invasion? They have got pretty big navies. This is heating up more than I intended. When I first declared the war, it was like, probably no one's going to join in. And now it looks like this. They might still back down. This, yeah, the radicals from Conquest is unfortunate. It does look like... It says it was going to hurt my relations with lots of people. Most of these people don't seem to care. Bavaria does not like us. Interesting. I also don't know how... Oh, there we go. It does now show up. Okay, cool. So yeah, I am going to try and worm my way into some of these states. But we'll see. We'll see. So a problem does emerge. French troops are a lot better than ours. They must have the... they must have skirmish infantry, which I think you get from this. Yeah. We really need this. I think I'm actually... I know it's not going to be that useful for this war. I think I actually want it bad enough to switch straight to it. One of the reasons I was researching tools was so we can try and make this company prosperous. Oh, which it is anyway. Nice. So very soon we'll get the +5 army offense, which will be good. Yeah, everyone... Petit bourgeoisie? Yeah, I'll take you. Interesting. Okay, and we haven't got any conscripts because we don't have any conscript-related laws. Yes. I wonder if we could get a National Guard through. That would be good. Yeah, maybe I'll try and push National Guard through real quick just to beef up our potential strengths. And I did rival France, by the way. And there's the French-Russian rivalry. Nice. Now, I just want... what we need now, really, is for Prussia. How do I look at relations from Prussia's perspective? Where's Prussia's flag? There it is. Prussia... And then regional elections? No. Prussia, and then in country attitude? From Prussia's perspective? I don't know how to do that. Anyway, this positive series. I'm mostly going to be positive. Lists are bad. EU4's map mode system is still the best that has ever existed, but oh well. So, I mean, I'm not really expecting to necessarily get our war goals. Oh, hey, Bavaria, do you want to come in? No, they'll come in if I give them Bohemia. Yeah, sure thing. I am mobilizing more men because it looks like Prussia is not hurrying to mobilize all of its armies. So I guess I better. But, yeah, this could be interesting. All right, and now it's time to mobilize our buildings. So if we go to urban buildings, artillery industries, we can now have no civilian tooling. It would actually make a loss, but it would make the artillery cheaper on the market, a lot cheaper on the market. So I think I am going to do some limited mobilization of our armed industries. In fact, this one is actually more profitable on limited than on extensive. Interesting. At least so it thinks. That says it's going to make a 100% swing in the price of tools. I think that's wrong. But we'll go to limited mobilization of our arms industries and then see how that goes. It has made tools... it almost did what it said. Tools have got quite a bit more expensive. So it's still possible that they will stand down at 56, but I believe it's a chance per tick. So it's not likely. And they are actually... yeah, I mean, this front is looking pretty close. I haven't fully mobilized all my armies because I'm a bit nervous about how much money we're spending. But I did scale up our construction quite quickly. We could always dial that back a bit. Leaving some troops up here so that we can hopefully violate Mecklenburg's sovereignty, at which point I hope they will join in on our side. Lots of wary and cautious people up here. Interesting. Not really sure what I'm going to do about that. But let's see if they back down. It doesn't look like they're gonna. Krakow wants autonomy. No, I refuse. And yeah, Russia not hurrying to the front. Got 19 troops on the front, Russia. I need some more involvement. They're behaving like a player. maybe the AI mobilizes based on how many war goals they actually kind of care about. But here we go. War with Denmark has broken out. Oh, and Tuscany has left the Trans-Danubia Pact. That's not... that wasn't my intention. Why did you do that? Because... Oh, it's probably the cohesion change just completely annihilating it. It is increasing now that more people are more and more dependent on us. We grabbed construction, by the way. But alright, well, war with France. Let's not advance to start with. Oh, and I always forget the blooming mobilization things. Everything. We can... I think I can afford everything. But let's find out how it goes. It's all falling apart. Might need to restart. We'll see. Right, so Mecklenburg, how does this work? If I want to violate sovereignty... Must have a land theatre adjacent to both war leaders. That's really dumb. I thought I added the more expansive violate sovereignty, where you were able to do that. So just because Prussia's not a war leader, this war is now impossible. Hang on. Violate sovereignty fixed mod. Open that on Steam. Oh, sorry, that's an annoying noise. I hadn't noticed. Violate sovereignty fixed. This mod does 4 things. Violate sovereignty can be used on decentralized as well as friendly nations. Law subjects are likely to accept. If the target nation has a strategic land adjacency to anyone on both sides of the war, they are now a valid target. So it seems like this mod is not working. Or not applying. Let me look at the load order. Can you even change the load order? Anyway, let me have a look. Okay, I see the problem. It's because you're allowed to do this to people adjacent to the war leader. I don't think this tooltip is correct, but it has to. But the problem is Holstein is not the war leader, basically. So hopefully Russia will naval invade them. We'll see. Or I guess I could launch a diplomatic play against Mecklenburg. Like, what if I tried to make protectorate Mecklenburg? Prussia presumably can't side against me. This would be funny. What if I did a really high infamy play while in this war, declare on Mecklenburg, Bavaria, Württemberg, Baden, Hesse. How can I not do this? I've only just started the game. If it goes terribly wrong, I can just start again. What if I did this? All these guys side against me, and I add make protectorate plays to like a bunch of North Germany while this war is going on. And it gives me a border with Denmark. We gotta try that. It probably won't work, but we gotta try that. This means I really shouldn't have got put Alsace-Lorraine in here as a demand, I think. But yeah, everyone's leaving the power block, by the way. Which is improving our cohesion somehow. I think is it just us on Krakow? It is. We pissed everyone off so much they literally all left. We might be able to get Parma to come back in, but that's funny. Why has my influence gone up so much? I'm improving relations with all the people I was before. Anyway, that's pretty funny. But yeah, let's see if this works. Come on in, boys. Wait, Prussia can take a side? What? Uh-oh. Well, let's see how that works. Hang on, how was I expecting to get to Mecklenburg exactly? Because we don't border them. So, what does that mean? Leaning towards, right? So I don't... I really haven't thought this through. What happens if I mobilize you and tell you to invade Mecklenburg? Hang on, how about you guys? We have a very small fleet. If I tell these guys to go and this fleet dies, I don't really care. We're learning. Pretend it's a learning experience. They have 80% less efficiency, but the Danish army doesn't appear to be here. Ah, but the fleet is there. They'll get us. The Anti-Prussian League has disbanded. Oh, cool. And then we are supporting some of these attacks in here, which are having relatively even casualties on both sides. With more French reinforcements, I do worry about how it's going to keep going, but our stats are getting better. We'll see. We'll see. I think I might land here unopposed, and then that will give me my border with Mecklenburg. And then that will let me do this. But if Prussia can side against us in a play while being on our side in a war, maybe they can't side against you in a play when they're on your side of a play rather than a war. I also don't know what's going to happen to my fleet. Like, are they just able to go unopposed through nodes, or are they all going to die here? We'll see. We'll see. I think the previous campaign, because we were playing England, covered up the fact that I really don't know how war works, because we just had a friggin' huge army. But we'll see. I need to change some of these as well. I really don't care about... I mean, services shortages in services shortages in one particular province. I really don't care about. Or iron, because I've got them all. Got them here, really. Problem. Naval invasions from the French while we're completely undefended. But if we can rapidly redeploy some men to help fight them off, I guess we have a chance. Where are the French armies? Are they invading from this node? Surely they have to move up to this node. It looks like the Russian Navy is holding them off, maybe? So that would be nice. It would be pretty annoying if the French managed to land and wreck my stuff down here. We'll see. So, yeah, we successfully invaded Schleswig-Holstein. But now I only have one army here that has to kind of hold down both of these. I guess this one's not relevant for a bit. So we'll try and advance up into Denmark. Because if we get this other bit, then that's the war goals against Denmark achieved. And then we can turn our attention to this war, which people don't seem to be joining. Again, France joined late, so they may well still join, but we'll see. And yeah, we have badly reduced our numbers available on this front by having these guys pull back. Either of these guys good at attacking? Not really. So, yeah, I'm not sure what to think of the fact that we won that. Here, fleet, urgently take to port so that these French guys don't kill you. This is a funny war. Wars. The Russians do appear to be routing the French at sea, so that's good. They're the only thing protecting us from massive naval invasion right now. Occupation of Alsace-Lorraine continues. We're getting there. We are getting there with Prussian aid. If we can yoink a whole bunch of German states as protectorates with Prussia's help, it's going to be pretty funny, you have to admit. You guys should be advancing, by the way. We are advancing good. Just the Schleswig army there to hold us back, which I don't imagine it will manage. But now this war is going to break out and they're going to advance behind us. And because this game is fun, but the war systems could use improvement, if they win an advancement on this front, we'll lose this province even while we win an advancement on this front. So I think I have to split this army in two in order to prevent that, which is unfortunate, but I think necessary. So a new army, which we'll give a general. Here they are. All aristocracy. Hang on, didn't we have a spare general in one of our armies? Yeah. Give me him. Take weeks to arrive. You guys deploy to this other front. Will they even be able to fight without a general? I feel like no. We'll find out, I guess. They back down. So Mecklenburg backed down. That works. Are they still in their pact? No. Okay. Well, that was weird. He didn't even need the adjacency that play was designed to enable us to get. Still making progress here. Will this be enough to secure the occupation? It might. It might. The numbers are turning against us on that front now. What's this? 6th Austrian Army? Oh, that's the general that's moving over. Except now he's going to the Ile-de-France front? What? Well, I guess these two armies can join back together. Ah! Well, while Prussia is in a play with us, what if we just, you know, did it again? It's very little infamy for taking these little states up here. What if we took Bavaria? I mean, Prussia It says Prussia would side against us, but I'm not sure they can. Oh, it's silly. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm the AI. I put war reps in, which means I have to take their capital. Nuts. Okay, well, we'll keep advancing then. That's my mistake. Should not have done that. Oh well. Uh-oh. The French showed up. I also made another mistake against the French. I shouldn't have added the Occitania thing, because now their war support isn't going to drop just because we hold Alsace-Lorraine. I really played this very badly. The Austrian-Russians... Oh, that's good, though. Catholic Church and the Austrian friendship. But yeah, the French have shown up here, which is bad. But now that these guys have arrived, we should be able to hold the line. But if it lets me yoink a bunch of people out from under the Prussians up here, well, now I can violate sovereignty, of course. So yeah, it does seem like maybe you still can only do it next to front lines, but the French appear to have mostly abandoned Alsace-Lorraine, though occupation of it dropped while their big army was present. Should be able to take Lübeck pretty easily, though, so that's good. Maybe I'll try again as Prussia. I feel like it would be harder, but maybe it would be better. And we are holding them off here. No, we're not. Not holding them off here at all. That's where all the French troops went. Russia, you're meant to be protecting me. Where are the Russian ships? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to restart this. Because I just made a whole bunch of very stupid decisions. But yoinking Lübeck is... I mean, that's pretty funny in my book. I'm just going to keep doing it until the game forces me to stop as well. Sure. You're next. Why not? Yeah, this is problematic. I'm not sure. We might be able to sneak out a win, though, because we're advancing into Denmark, which would free up my guys here. There's charity schools. Nice. Love to see that. Don't love this or this. They're pushing towards our capital. So that's interesting. New law. I don't think there's anything I want to pass. Oh yeah, we're going to do National Guard, won't we? Yeah, I think National Guard would be good. Get more political strength of servicemen and officers who often go pretty bourgeoisie. And we get... Yeah, National Guard seems okay. If we could just... if I'd just not added the Occitania war goal. Sorry, that's the wrong. If I just not added Liberate Occitania, I think we'd have this in the bag. But as is, it's not looking ideal. Okay, there's Alsace-Lorraine though. That's good. Problem is, French war support, yeah, can't go below 0 because we haven't got their capital state or Occitania. But I mean, this push into France is still going. They really don't have many men defending the front at all. So if I can just prevent them getting to my capital before we get to their capital. And it looks like we have now taken this, yes. So the war support on Denmark is going to absolutely tank, which is good. And as soon as that's ready, that frees up these 70. You never know! I'm also letting my... I'm not going to queue up any more buildings because we are falling into debt here. But this could still work. It's a crazy play, but it could still work, and we could have gained this nice little control of the of Mecklenburg all the way to Hamburg kind of region here as subjects, which would be kind of nice. We conquered Holstein and liberated Schleswig, I think, by the way. So there we go. War goals enforced. Austrian Schleswig-Holstein, which we'll incorporate. And Schleswig-Holstein, which is just independent. That should resolve this journal entry. Yeah. Which gives us a 25% prestige boost, which is pretty nice. For how long? For like 9 years. Maybe I should have solved that just as we were about to have the question of Germany pop up, because this probably having high, high prestige probably helps persuade people to back you on that, but Prussia losing ground here. Are we not supporting them? No, we are supporting them. I think we just need more armies. It seems like one army... I'm not sure how it works exactly, but I think one army... Or maybe it's only one general can only command one battle at a time. So maybe I just need more generals in here. It's because when we're on the attack, it seems like when they counterattack, they win instantly. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but... This could still happen. This could still happen. They really want white peace now, which is good. So yeah, I mean, do what you can. Press towards the capital. What do I need for the Occitania war goal, by the way? Oh, it doesn't tell you? Wow, that's interesting. I guess you have to occupy all of the states involved, which obviously is will be tricky. But we could always white peace France if we need to. That would be acceptable. But hopefully we can make a quick push in. It doesn't look like it, does it? So accept a white peace with France. Call it a win that we managed to yoink all of these North German states. Have the world's most unsupported naval invasion here. It's probably the right play, right? Because Russia is clearly not keen on mobilizing to help us. I did manage to get a trade agreement with them while they were while we were fighting. Do you want to stay friends with Prussia for now? I don't know. Yeah, I think we take a white peace in this one. They obviously won't accept either of these. Although Liberate Occitania, they're not that far away from supporting it. But it's not going to happen, is it, basically? This war support won't go below 0. Capitulation desire. I mean, the war support helps, obviously, but... Size of French loans. We might be able to bankrupt them. Let's keep it going for just a... No, because they're going to press in here and cause all kinds of problems. Yeah, so we'll wipe peace out on this. End that war. So, yeah. Nobody wins, which doesn't hurt us, I don't think. Oh, the intelligentsia are very unhappy about that. What do you call it? National Guard? No, actually, they don't care about National Guard. Oh, no, they do. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, never mind. Are we going to win this even with ridiculously unsupported? No. Offensive 1. Stop that. Try with these guys. Oh, hang on, can't I get Schleswig-Holstein? Oh, no, that's right. I didn't puppet Schleswig-Holstein. Is there no... Why couldn't I add transfer puppet war goal in this war against Denmark? And yoink Schleswig-Holstein. I don't know. Odd. Okay, so, I mean, the war ended more or less in our favor. And it's kind of working out relatively well. But I think I would rather play Prussia, to be honest. I think starting with the better military would be fun. And the whole North German unification thing is fun. So what I'm going to do is research nationalism. Is there a way I can force other nations to research nationalism? I don't think there is. I want to see what the North German, the German national identity thing, how this works, basically. So I can go in there. I don't know how... yeah, because I still don't really know how the unification system actually works. And I feel like I should know that from the beginning of the run. So I'm going to keep it all in the same video, but I think I might switch to playing as Prussia. Like, if I were Prussia right now... Does Prussia have the North German Federation thing right from the beginning? Or is it still... No, German national identity is still a thing. Well, hang on a minute. No. Let's do it as Austria. Okay, so I'm in debug mode. And I've just forced a bunch of people to research nationalism because that will open up this journal. Because I want to see how it works exactly. I also want to make sure that the mods we have running don't break it. So we have German national identity. Momentous times are ahead of us. It adds the South German Federation. Okay, so when you have to be a unification candidate. And there has to be no other German unification candidates beside us. And you have resolved Schleswig-Holstein. You annex those who are below you. South of the German nations will unify us if we become the sole unification candidate. But right now we're not a unification candidate. And I think there should be a tab here. Hang on, Prussia has become a unification candidate. And Austria has become a unification candidate. Okay. So I think it's possible that this mod that changes the UI just breaks unification candidates. Oh no, it's here. Okay, okay. Ah, Central Europe. Interesting. But anyway, so here's Germany. Württemberg is a supporter. What? Oh yeah, because I have fast research on, so Württemberg has all the techs in the game, which is probably juicing up their military score or something. That's funny. But anyway, so if we were to demand unification, you have to have pan-nationalism. To form Germany, you have to control state regions. And controlling state regions, it counts if people just back you, right? So we do not exert any control over Lippe or Prussia or Schaumburg-Lippe. Okay, so if we were to launch unification play against Prussia and then win, they would stop being a candidate, right? And then these guys... So right now everyone supports Prussia. This seems like it's going to be hard to get them to support us. It's the attitude and us being a great power and being an orchestrated cohesion power block member and being a power block member. So we'd have to like steal all their power block members. Maybe I should just do it as Prussia. So if I was Prussia right now, because I feel like the game to play with Austria would be... I like the idea of doing a kind of socialist unification forward Austria, whereas Prussia being kind of ruthless and capitalist kind of fits my thematic impressions of them. So you do it under journal now. Okay. So there's also this Central Europe thing. How does this work? So you form it if you have at least 35 state regions. So could you do it with the support of the Netherlands? No, because this is a minor unification. Minor unification, you do not allow unification candidates can only form a country if the number of states are required. Okay, so that's just a cool thing. Does it actually do anything then? Ah, yeah, it gives you Czech, Dutch, Flemish, Wallonian, Almanac, Northern Italian, and Slovene as primary cultures. Whereas this is only North and South German, I guess. Well, those are the cultures involved. It doesn't say that you get them all, but maybe. Maybe it says it here? Nope, that tells you nothing. Okay, but anyway, this is the one that we're worried about. Germany. Yeah, so maybe I do it as Prussia then. It's so annoying doing it as Austria. Like getting to Schleswig-Holstein is just annoying. You have to basically go through Mecklenburg. Anyway, so if we were in charge, then we control 9 out of 23 regions because, like, Rhineland we don't have, obviously, because... sorry, not Rhineland. I was thinking... Alsace-Lorraine we don't have because they own it. And then, like, Elba, for example, right now, Bremen does not support us. And Hanover. We don't control Hanover. I think Prussia would be an interesting one to play as for the power block mechanic, for the kind of diplomatically persuading everyone to back us. And then you do a leadership play against Austria in order to force them to back down. So if we did this, right now they'll just accept because we have Yes Man on. And we do it against Württemberg. There's no infamy involved. They just accept. Now, the North German Confederation triggers. And how does that work? Hello? North German? Will complete if a bunch of things that are true. Bug is unification candidate is missing perspective. What? Take all these away. There we go. Okay. So, with Prussian now seen as the sole realistic option, North German states have opted to join our banner. Hopes are high that this will soon lead to the Federation of all Germanies. So they are national heroes, or the world will know of our achievement. And either way, we become the North German Federation. Okay, but let me open this event in the text editor. Who does it actually give us? Set variable German Confederate Unifier. Annex German country. Immediately you limit it to our unification candidates. There are two options. Yes or no. The yes one is 9 times more likely. 9 versus 1. When is that it? There's no there's no modifier on when they prefer them. It looks like. Surely not. That seems unlikely, right? It does seem to be how it works, though. They just have a 9 times more likely. Well, let's see if that pans out. So we do that, and then boom, we get a bunch of people. Not everyone. Not the ones that like us less. Got Schleswig-Holstein. It was everyone. No, actually, sorry, that was everyone, because Mecklenburg is a puppet of Austria. So as long as we keep people basically on side, there's a 9... Yeah, my reading of that event was that it's a 9 times more likely, but... Okay, so as long as we beat Austria, we can get the North German Federation, and then, having done that, we go in to try and form Germany, and we need 23 state regions. So now can Austria back us? Support for us plus 40. Sorry, that says Lippisch support. Austrian support. So being a great power minus 30, cordial and genial relations, sorry, yeah, genial attitude, cordial relations, us being a great power gets to 40. And what's required for support? It says they are supporting us, but but why? Because we want, of course, all of Germany. Baden backs us, but you don't. So what's you at? You're at 40. You're at 90. Okay, somewhere between 40 and 90. 110, that doesn't help. 50. Okay, 55, notably not enough. Okay, so let's improve relations and bankroll and things. Can I not bankroll other people's subjects? That's because they don't like me. So it must be like 60 or 70 that they need to reach in order to support us. Maybe the wiki can help on that one. Okay, some testing. Don't worry about this. Some testing. It seems like 55 is the number. Once we get to 55, they flip. And what that requires is getting them to amicable and genial, so plus 50 relations with Austria, basically. And I think you can't launch plays against people that have 50, right? Yeah, you have to not be cordial. So the point is we'll improve their relations to like 49, then do the leadership war against them, which will obviously tank them, and then get them back up again, and then we should be able to do it. Because right now, I think we could do it, right? Yeah. We have 25 out of 31 state regions supporting it. Obviously, we would, in the real game, we'll try and get these guys, but then we go, boom, all hail the king. And there we go. That will be Germany. Okay, nice. So that's what we're going to do. We'll start as Prussia. It feels, I mean, I know it's kind of, I think it's easier as Prussia. I'm not sure, though. It could be either, but Prussia feels like the underdog, right? It starts smaller population. They've got to be the underdog. Anyway, so let's go back and start over. I'm also going to do some quick testing to see how much these mods slow down the game, because I think they are slowing it down quite a bit. So I may slim down the mod list, which is why I don't share the mod list at the beginning of the video, but in the comments, so that if it changes as we go, then that's all good. Okay, so I ran some testing. The mods we're running actually slowed the game down extremely little, at least in the early game. So I'm going to keep rolling with them. But yeah, Prussia. That's what we were playing all along. Don't let your eyes deceive you for the first section of the video. Let's try as Prussia. Main differences for Prussia. We start with modpack. We have mechanical tools, atmospheric engine, railways. Actually, I think they had... No, I think they didn't have atmospheric engine, did they? So that's good. No, I swear I was switching mines onto atmospheric engine in the last one, but also that this was the first thing I was researching in this column. Am I confused? Have I accidentally run it without the mods again? Let me see the... No, there's mod. The mods are in. I think one of the mods is not active. Hang on. 1 sec. Okay, there we go. Got the other mod reintroduced. So now... Oh, hang on, it's still atmospheric engine, but there is now industrial transformers and things, new things down here. Anyway, we have the right mods running now. Most importantly, we start with... General Staff and Percussion Cap, most importantly General Staff, which gives us an early military advantage. So I think what we do is research nationalism first, probably, because we need 75% of all of the German states to research it before everything kicks off. So our early game plan, shifting from how it was as Austria, is, well, shifting somewhat since how it was as Austria, go after Schleswig-Holstein. Then once we have that and we have the nationalism trigger, we go to war with Austria. But in the meantime, we want them to like us. We want them to like us by 49, to be needlessly precise. So we will start improving relations with them immediately. We also really don't want Russia to side against us. So if we could find ourselves in a war on Russia's side early, that would be very advantageous. Beyond that, we want to try and expand our power block to include all of these guys and secure our relations with everyone within the power block so that they all vote in favor of our unification when the time comes. It does seem like, in more testing, by the way, that when you do the Schleswig-Holstein question, you get all the people of your culture group, even though it's not how I read the event, but I'm probably just reading it wrong. We also, are substantially more literate than Austria is, and I think we start with more industrialization. 12 starting iron mines, 13 starting coal mines. That's a lot. That's like double, I think. So that should be good. We'll go from there, and we have the percussion caps munitions plants, which is good, and they also have mobilization levels, so we can have them produce more ammunition but less explosives, or more explosives, less ammunition. I like this idea of mobilizing and demobilizing military industries. It really doesn't feel right at the moment in vanilla. And we get plus 10% kill rate and railway building throughput once this is prosperous, which is from steel and things. Cool. I'm also going to keep my budget a bit more healthy than we did in the Austria try, just so that when we go into big wars, we don't go bankrupt, basically. That's the plan. Let's try that again. Okay, some initial setup done, and one thing I am going to do, I've done a little bit of testing as well, one thing I am going to do is save, because I think how the first couple of diplomatic plays go will determine what's the word I'm looking for? Timbre. Is there a word like timbre? Meaning tone and kind of musical aesthetic? Anyway, the tone of the run, I think, will be set by the first couple of diplomatic plays. So I'm gonna, save and see what we can play around with. Changes I've made initially. We've got quite the deficit, partly because I removed the consumption tax on liquor, which was, it makes a lot of money, but it's really gonna hurt our pops because liquor is one of the main things that our lower and middle strata are spending on right now. We could do a services consumption tax. Oh, we already have. Already have that, and on wine. So it's not great for the middle classes, our consumption tax policies right now, but I think this works. I've also shifted over our food industries to meat curing, because we have a lot more meat than fruit. So we should be making, those should be quite a bit more profitable now, which is good. Also, getting some grain alcohol going, because right now our grain is fairly cheap, but alcohol's expensive, so makes sense to me. Our sugar, we'll have to keep an eye on. Beyond that, I didn't actually look at these. Should I be changing that? Don't think so. I've got to remember to do it from this screen. This scene seems to perform way better, I guess because it's not rendering the map. It really seems like, I mean, it looks perfectly nice, Victoria 3, but it is kind of ridiculous. This runs at 190 FPS. This runs at 20. I mean, I've got a pretty good PC, but it's not the mods either. I tried with and without the mods, so I don't know. Maybe there's some settings I can tweak. Nope, I can change a bunch of settings, so it looks like this, which to my eyes is much worse. And now it's still the same. Never mind. Anyway, enough fiddling with graphic settings. So I'm building some shipyards first off, so we can start fishing with proper ships, because we have a bit of a shortage of fish right now, which is unfortunate. Purely just because people keep eating fish that we don't possess. We also start in a trade league with internal trade, which is interesting because this could give us some theming for the run. In general, external trade I think is better, but maybe I should stick with internal trade. The idea being we're trying to build a kind of, no foreign colonies, no foreign trade, or minimum foreign trade, autarky style system, which I think is interesting. We also have police coordination, and I'm going for National Guard as the thing that we're trying to enact first. just to give us the extra people to recruit so that hopefully we have a better shot against Austria. So Denmark, how are you feeling about... Oh yeah, and I still need to test, actually, what counts as completing the journal entry. Because this will activate at the end of the week. The way it claims to work is you have to own one province and own one part of the province, that's Schleswig-Holstein, that is, which is this, this, and this. And you can't have anywhere within the province be owned by or controlled by a non-Germans. Right now, the PU's under Denmark, which is why we can't use transfer subject on them, by the by. So yeah, I think we'll give that a go. I've also sent out embassy invites to like everyone, apart from these three, who I should probably improve relations with. It does use a lot of our stuff. I'd potentially, I think if I was really min-maxing, I would also bankroll Austria, because right now we're only gaining one opinion every 32 days. I could double that speed by bankrolling them. But the problem is... yeah. Problem is it'll be very expensive, basically. Obviously. But I really want their opinion to be 49 by the time... I mean, let's do some quick maths. I want their opinion to be 49 by the time we invent nationalism, so we can go after them straight away. And if it's going up by one every 32 days, call it a month, got 3 years, 36 improved relations by the time that's done. And they're already at plus 10? Plus 20. Okay, so that's plenty. We don't need to bankroll them. Good. I mean, we could get an obligation, which would be very helpful. But I think this will work. I think this will work. Okay, so going after Denmark. And let's do a save. Because again, I need to think about how best to make this play work. I don't think I can pull Austria in on my side, which is a bit of a problem. For once in my life, I am going to remember to do this. So let's get that done. I'm going to give them everything. Even the liquor. I know, the liquor is expensive. In order to get access, we'll probably... I mean, we might be able to call in Mecklenburg. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, so... Right, I'm going to do a quick test. Try and find out if we actually do need to own one or if we can just liberate both. Because avoiding the hit from conquering one of them... Sorry, is the... I should check. Is the UI sounds... Oh, the UI sounds too loud, rather. I'm going to do a quick check on that, actually. No, they seem okay. So, diplomatic demands. I mean, let's assume that the journal entry is correct and we have to own one of them. Obviously, we'd rather get 41 infamy, sorry, 4.2 rather than 4.9. Basically, Bavaria, Württemberg, France. It says France won't join them, but I know that's wrong. So if we went after this one, this is going to be more accurate because it for some reason in this pop-up, it incorrectly establishes who the enemy side is going to be when making these calculations. So if you want to get the right one, go here. So yeah, France won't side with us. Sorry, will probably side against us. Russia won't side with us. Interesting. In terms of declared interests, by the way, I have declared interests in Dixie, Brazil, and China. My thinking is I'm going to try and get involved in the Opium Wars. Maybe get a bankroll off Qing or something. I'm going to rival... Can I do that straight away or do I have to wait for my interest? Yeah, I'm going to rival, well, certainly the Ottomans. And Spain just seems like an easy rival. And if France is going to go against us anyway, I will rival them, but probably maybe not right now. But I'm also going to rival the US and Brazil, just to get enough influence to do all the shenanigans that I want to. Given that we have the extra influence now, maybe improve with them. I don't think there's a way to go against them without France getting involved. But I think we can probably fight France to a standstill. with our army. I mean, their army is obviously bigger than ours right now, but we'd be on the defense on a small front. Let's just give it a go. Let's just see what happens. Because if we go for this, they are definitely going to side against us right now. So having done those rivalries, I'm sorry, I know I'm potentially save scumming. I haven't saved some yet, but potentially save scumming a lot here. But all right. So we want to conquer Schleswig-Holstein. No. We want to conquer... Oh, it just says the same thing, but anyway. We want to conquer that one. There's definitely going to be a diplomatic play, so we will force it. I also want to liberate Holstein as the primary demand. Cool. And now we see, yes, France is likely to side against us. And we can sway Bavaria and Saxony, but that's probably just by giving them land, if I had to guess. So I will fully mobilize and start moving people over to where I think they're going to be needed. That's a fleet, isn't it? That's an army. Yeah, but it's not a good army. So let's move the two small armies to here. Okay. And let's see if our economy can bear being mobilized. Oh yeah, and here's all of our... Lots of those. Cool. And then here are our journal entries popping. Munitions industry, philosophy department. Oh yes, did I go philosophy? Or whatever it's called. Analytical philosophy on the universities? No, I didn't. Cool, so we can get some more innovation that way. Obviously, it'll cost us some cash, but that's okay. Should also go secular academia just to help start shifting things in the direction we want. I am also going hardwood. I think maybe a balance might achieve better prices overall. A bit more on softwood. So thinks the prediction thing, my job. But yeah, France probably going to side against us. I don't know, maybe we can make it work. It would be great if we could get Austria to side with us, but I really don't see... Oh, yeah, so our opinion with them went down, but only a tiny bit. I really don't see how we could. And then, yeah, we're improving relations with these guys, because they're the only ones not in our block. And the ones in our block, it feels like, are very likely to vote for us as the unification candidate. Bavaria is maybe an exception. Currently cordial. Let's try improving relations with them. Any deals we can make with Russia? Not really. They don't want a trade agreement or anything. They really don't want it. No trade routes between our markets. Yeah, let's start trying to specifically trade with Russia. Hey, Russia, do you want to sell me some fish? An unprofitable import from Russia. Is there an easier way to do this? Ah, yes, and we suddenly have huge penalties to this stuff, to arms. So let's mobilize our arms industries. See what would be profitable. All the way to no civilian tooling. Wow. Thinks it's going to raise the price of tools to 76. I doubt it. I doubt it. And just a little bit of mobilization on the artillery. And the munitions. Again, just a little bit. Cool. Now, I really don't think the price of tools is going to go as high as that predicted, but we'll keep an eye on it. And you never know, France might not side against us. I don't really understand. And I have made a suggestion about this on the forum, but I really wish there was a way to easily... Oh my god. Okay, I've made a mistake. I've made a critical error. Mobilizing all these armies is going to bankrupt us fast, as it turns out. Okay, please tell me someone will let me import small arms from them. Come on, Russia. Nope. No one's got many. I guess they're all demobilized economies. Maybe it takes a while for the thing that it's producing to switch over. That's very expensive. Okay, the smaller armies, which are these two, I could deactivate extra supplies. Cuts their morale, but that'll recover by the time they come back. That will cut the price slightly. I should probably add munition, small arms in here. Yeah, damn. That's really expensive. Yeah, Spain has counter-rivaled us. That makes sense. So they could still back down. I mean, they could back down like right now. Another person we could sway? Who? No one relevant. And yeah, you definitely just want transfer states. Yeah. Yeah, come on, France. Just decide against it. You don't need to get involved. So how was I going to get through Mecklenburg? I guess I have to violate Mecklenburg's sovereignty, which is not great. They're in my power block, so it really could cause problems. At peace with mobilized armed industries. Yes, but I'm, you know, I'm going to war, aren't I? Wow, yeah, the fact that these small arms are so expensive, it's kind of crazy. Maybe, oh, I haven't done my, ooh, that could help. Where are my armed industries? Ah, they're not concentrated. There's quite a few in the Ruhr, though. I think I'm going to go hard on the Ruhr early. So let's do encourage resource and road maintenance. And, you can't do both, can you? Let's encourage manufacturing in the Ruhr and resource over here. And we'll do, I mean, I know we'll be doing resource in both and manufacturing in both, but I think that's okay. The idea being that the local industry, the industry here, the extraction here is only meant to feed local industry, and the industry in areas that don't have local extraction gets fed from Silesia. And then anything else I want to do with my authority? Yeah, some social mobility in my most populous states, which is actually here in Brandenburg and Poznan, interestingly. But I should probably... They're all kind of close. Probably do it in the Ruhr, just so we can be more likely to have people join. Maybe if France joins late, we might be able to... right, definitely don't add war reps so that we don't have to push as far into them. And there are new interests activated. So England, do you want to play against Qing? No. So we go ahead and rival America and Brazil. And if France sides against me, I'll also rival them, which will give us a nice chunk of influence. Should be good. Got a lot of influence right now, which is already burning away that little bit of infamy that we had. Anything else I want to do with my... Yeah, these people that don't like me. Let's do some... Let's spread some love in terms of trying to get these relations up a bit. Anything else I can do with you guys? Yeah, of course, I can guarantee your independence. Let's do that. Try and get them all into the block as soon as possible. Trending towards us having some influence, but not a huge advantage. Yeah. British Empire getting a pretty big... yeah, block leader being adjacent to Oldenburg. Interesting. Block leader, and that counts Hanover, because it's a subject, I guess. So once Victoria comes in, that will be less relevant. France still not coming in is giving me hope. I wonder if there's better generals we can get in here, maybe. What are you? A reserved pillager. Defensive strategist does seem good. You guys should be on defense for now. Oh, and he's me. He's the leader. An offensive meticulous planner from the armed forces. Yeah, I'm just trying to disempower the Junkers as well. So, in terms of government, by the way, I put Petit Bourgeoisie armed forces in, and we are acting to get rid of police next, I think. The local police force, rather. We're going to be going dedicated police, just to try and disempower the landowners a bit more. Okay, okay. Right, yeah, sorry. Trade with Russia. Is there must be an easy way to do this, but is this the only way to see? Oh, that's right. We can import some clippers. Yeah, give me some clippers from the Russian market. And then how much... when it says 3, does it literally mean units? It does. Okay. But now with our 3 units of clippers... Oh, we do have some shipyards. I thought we had no shipyards. Oh, right. Sorry, we don't have shipyards. It's just that they're under construction, so they're showing up in the queue. My fishing wharfs. With our 3 fishing boats. This will still use more than we have, but it's going to be very productive just because we are so desperate for fish. I can't afford the other one here. I guess I could. It would just make the prices even higher. And it's still worth it just because everyone is so frantically hungry for fish. Surely it should be profitable for you to export fish to me, Russia. Is it just also very expensive on your market, I guess? But there must be a better way to see what I could buy from the Russians. Maybe they're just not anticipating you ever caring about who you import from, but that seems unlikely on the face of it, doesn't it? How about grain? You got lots of land to grow grain in over there in Russia. No options for that. There we go. Some hardwood. Give me some hardwood. How about iron? No. Lead. I don't really want to import finished goods. Maybe I could export some finished goods to them. Like, we have got quite cheap artillery. Have some artillery, Russia. And clothes. Yeah, some relatively productive clothes. Explosives. Fertilizer. Furniture. Anyway, this is not gripping, I know. Logistics services, we really don't need them to be this cheap right now, so I think I will just export them to a few people. And hey, you know what? Export them to France. Why not? Doesn't cost us anything. Okay, so now we have a small little bit of trade volume. Plus 8. Okay, so I mean, we could do it that way. We could just potentially go in there. I'll look at that. I'll look at that off camera. Okay, I went through every good that we can productively trade with Russia and put it in there. And now, even with an obligation, they still won't do it. But hopefully that will help foster good relations with Russia. Because until we unify Germany, Russia would be a nice ally to have. If they mobilize their troops, unlike our Austria campaign. Oh, there goes Great Britain's union with Hanover. So we can immediately start working on that. They are economically independent from us right now. So I wonder if I should start specifically trying to open up trade with them as well. Seems a little tedious, so I'm probably not going to do that, even if it would be good. Very close to France not siding in. Fingers crossed. We made it. That trade with France was just what we needed. We are into the countdown for war. They're fearful. No one's coming to their aid. So, early demobilization on my 2 large armies, I think. Desperately try and save some money. Ottoman Empire has counter-rivaled us. Interesting that France didn't go against us. Nice. Oh, hello. What do you want? Ah, enlightenment chance or more popularity for the petty bourgeoisie. We made good strides with the petty bourgeoisie in our England game. Let's keep doing that. I should check out agitators, by the way. Radical movement industrialist. Yeah. Yeah, that seems good. You can lead. I can't because they have to be in government. But still, him being here to help buff up the radical movement, that seems fine by me. Predictive activism 100. Ah, okay. Perhaps I shouldn't have got him in here, huh? Gonna have an immediate radical civil war. Well, I hope that's not right. Hey, you want a trade agreement? Why? What changed? Maybe the volume of trade goods kept increasing over time because when they start small. That's right. That's right. Well, it's kind of a shame we mobilized all our troops because we are bleeding, hemorrhaging cash. I might have to put the liquor consumption tax back on, or even go like higher taxes, or even shrink the size of our construction sectors. I don't know, but we'll see. I should also be privatizing stuff. Fishing wharves. Got to privatize those fishing wharves urgently, so we can get them being a bit more profitable. So war with Denmark breaks out, and now it's time to violate sovereignty. Okay, we are allowed to. Good. It does cause a diplomatic incident, which makes it likely that a bunch of these people will... the foreign countries may get involved if they refuse. Like everyone. With an obligation, they will accept. I'm willing to give them an obligation to join on my side of the war. If they accepted, we get 6 infamy. Got to be done. They accepted. Good. Which means Mecklenburg joins it on our side. And they're not adjacent. Oh, they are adjacent to a war leader, me, I guess. So, and yeah, we're going to come in here with just our 2 small armies, which I think will be enough to force our way through. And while still saving a bit of cash. We are being naval invaded in Pomerania, huh? Really? That seems ill-advised. I can't remobilize these forces quickly, though, so I guess I'll need to... I mean, has no valid thing. Come fight this naval invasion. Well, that's not ideal. They immediately land 3 times and succeed. I forgot how quickly naval invasions could land. So we'll need to push them back out. They have got bad troops compared to us, so I think we'll be able to push them out quite quickly, but it's going to cause a bit of devastation. Not ideal. At war with demobilized munitions plants. Yeah. Oh, clicking that doesn't do anything. That's annoying. I don't think that matters. Because, yeah, it fits right now. We're not really using the explosives for anything, so. Okay, and we're winning these. We're taking some casualties, but we're also getting some experience on our units, which is nice. Will prepare us for the war with Austria. Good stuff. Any interesting plays happening? America's not in any. France, no one's really in anything. Just want to keep keeping an eye so that we can, you know, side with our team and try and keep relations good. It's so funny that they just landed. The 3 battles. I know I paused the recording, and when I unpaused it, they were there. The 3 battles really went like tick, 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 and then they were all won. I don't know why this keeps popping up, by the way. I don't think there's any way to dismiss it. I think it's from a mod. There certainly used to be a mod. Oh, okay. Korea sides with Qing against Britain. So here's the play. Unfortunately, it does not seem like they are willing to let me come join in. The anti-French rivalry suggested we declare a rivalry with France. Well, yeah, now we've won that first war. France isn't going to back Austria against me, are they? What's your situation? You haven't rivaled each other. Yeah, that does seem kind of dangerous. An unknown factor with a positive attitude score. Yeah, I don't think I can rival France. Who is in the anti-French association? Just the Junkers. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's going to annoy the Junkers. I mean, it does matter. It's 20% influence we just lost, but... What's this? Protestant traditionalist movement dies out. Nice. Unfortunately... not willing to let me come in. I could join on their side. That'd be funny. But no. We declare our neutrality. I guess I could also just declare my own war on Qing, but that's not really going to work. Alright. Never mind. That idea didn't work. Abandon these. Where is Russia likely to start plays that I might want to get involved in? Maybe Manchuria? Maybe the Caucasus? Against these guys. Yeah, I bet I could side with a Greek revolt in the Balkans or Anatolia, perhaps. It fits better the theme of staying, you know, keeping our interests close to home anyway. Yes, the radical movement trending towards 1,000 is, sorry, to 100% is not ideal. I should have thought about the fact that the radical movement was really not going to be very happy with my government at the moment. All right, pushing in. Holstein is 78% occupied. Excellent. All right, there we go. Easy win. Pushed them out of here, partly by pushing them from this angle, which was funny. But there we go. Conquer one, liberate the other. Be still. Boom. Yoink. So we get some turmoil from radicals here. Where do I... Can you not see radicals on this screen? Am I just missing it? It is an isolated region. But yeah, we will incorporate that straight away. That should resolve the Schleswig-Holstein question. It's isolated because it has no port. Has a naval base, but no port. Interesting. So we will need to build a port there. Schleswig-Holstein completed. So now once nationalism is invented and we've won, then we unite the north. And then we look to unite the south. Good. Whoa! Austria flipped wary? That's unfortunate. They view us as a potential threat. Natural enemy. Damn, please don't... And they've got a trade agreement with Russia as well. Interesting, interesting. Well, hopefully they'll flip conciliatory once we beat them up. But who knows? Economy slightly stabilizing. I'm frantically nationalizing. Sorry, privatizing. To save money. And we're going to do some serious iron production because iron prices are becoming a little unsustainable. But we'll see. New mandate unlocked. It's kind of boring, but I'm pretty certain we're going to go with construction. Even with all the new interesting stuff, it still seems like the best. So, yeah, give me construction to start with. We'll do some, the fact that we have more slots is good because it means we can be a bit more interesting than that in the future. It's a new day, by the way, from my perspective. Oh, my mute key is working all of a sudden when it shouldn't be. That's annoying. Sorry. So I think I've been popping in and out for the last little while. I know how to fix that. Hang on. There we go. Bizarrely, the problem with this mic is it has a mute key right on the side of it, so I keep touching it by mistake. And the button that like locks, never turn the mute key on when I don't never actually use the mute button. Changes its setting every time I restart the PC, but should be okay. What was I saying? What am I going to call this? I feel like our place in the shade is kind of fun because we're not ever going to go for our place in the sun. Meaning, the ambition to have overseas colonies. Plus, if we lean into the kind of more brutal, capitalist, aggressive gameplay, it's kind of, shady, evil behavior. So that kind of fits thematically. I don't know if it's sensible for me to be building these arms industries, but they're pretty productive. Not crazy productive, but the ability to crank out more arms at short notice, I think, is pretty important for our imminent wars. We'll see how that goes, though. Now, I feel like our place in the shade would be good, because I want to play... I think I've decided, so obviously we're doing Prussia now. I don't know, who knows? Maybe I'll lose and then we'll try again as Austria. But I feel like a fun game to do as Austria would be like Good Guy Austria or something, where you play as Austria and you really try and role play, always being nice. Like you can only take states off people who are... to like liberate people, and you have to be trying to work to... end colonialism somehow. I don't know how you would do that, but it would be kind of fun to do a game as Austria where you're trying to roleplay as friendly. I don't know why it keeps telling me I have unused construction, by the way, because I'm pretty sure I don't, and I don't seem to be able to dismiss that pop-up. We got National Guard. That's really good. Okay, I didn't even realize that was about to tick over. Nice. Okay. So that means we can now mobilize a whole ton more troops. The problem is, if I mobilize all those forces against Austria, I'm going to go bankrupt before we win the war, right? I guess maybe if Bavaria sides with us, we'll be in a better place. But I'm never really good at knowing what ratio of troops you should have, because artillery, basically, they have a higher kill rate, but they have worse defense, and they lose less morale, but they cause more devastation, and they're slower. So I think we probably want a bunch of artillery. I mean, we have quite a lot of cavalry. I think we want a bunch of artillery so that we can try and basically attack from Bavaria straight into Austria as quickly as possible. Access to the Danube would be nice, like once we have all these high market access provinces, because the Danube, unfortunately, the Oder doesn't give any market access. I wonder how they decided which rivers give market access. I guess it was based on, well, charitably. Maybe it was based on which rivers historically were used a lot for freight and things. But that doesn't really make sense as a standard, does it? It should be which rivers could be used for freight. So maybe it was that. Because of course, just because this one wasn't, doesn't, you know, maybe that was because there wasn't a big Swedish economy for them to export to, or whatever. So the radicals should chill out now, right? Yeah, they're protesting because they have the recently enacted, but that will steadily tick down, and we can make them thrilled by going dedicated. It will radicalize the trade unions, but it doesn't matter. And the junkers will get pretty peeved, which will give us this less tax income, which is a problem. But it's going to be worth it if we can get the get that through. Then what else could we do with the radicals, maybe? What else do the radicals support? Maybe... yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But anyway, getting the police force fixed will be good, because then I can also... oh, we should also do... this is progression speed, conscription rate. Yeah, that seems worth it. Partly just the conscription rate. But yeah, we'll be able to do this. Hang on, didn't it say from law enforcement they were less? Oh, it's from... wait, where is it? Did I just misread it? Public schools, censorship. I must have just misread it. I thought it said negative sum from our police institution. Maybe it I misread it and it was from this. No, this doesn't actually apply any. Are high levels of this any good, by the way? Why? More authority. But just flat 50 authority doesn't seem very good. 5% political activism once we get it to level 2. That's pretty good. The difference between, you know, 96 and 101, although it would cap at 100, activism is pretty massive. I'm worried. I guess I should be underpaying the military right now. Trying to save cash, and same here. Hurts my prestige, but won't be the difference maker on any bonuses right now. So maybe I should go all the way down, actually. Just really want to try and accrue a war chest. I really don't want to raise taxes because I feel like that would tank standard of living. Is iron mine the best way to be making more money right now? I think it is. I guess I could be making... like liquor factories? Are there liquor factories straight up, or should we just be making food industries for it? I guess it's food industries. Or is there an agriculture one? Yeah, vineyards for wine would also potentially be quite profitable. Could try beefing up the Posen. We could pick a new place that would be good for a liquor factory, because Brandenburg doesn't have iron. Yeah. So maybe I should make Brandenburg somewhere that we focus on for a food industry. Because food industry, yeah, it doesn't consume iron right now. I don't think it will. No, it does for canning. Although we could just do it with glass instead. It needs both, a vacuum packing. Okay, maybe not the best place for it then. Somewhere with iron. I mean, here has iron. It also needs coal, though. Yeah, it really does make me want to put them all in the kind of classic states. Maybe I'll put it over here in the Ruhr. How big is the farmland? The farmland is way bigger over here. All right, we'll make this our food industry spot. Let's get some food industries started here, and then we can try and get it making a load of alcohol. Needs grain, glass. We got a glass manufacturing here. We haven't yet, actually. That'll probably be not that profitable. Let's get one of those built eventually. Anyway, onwards. It'll all come down to, like, can we win this Austria war? And I think if they don't invent the general staff, which I tell by looking here, going through altogether too many tooltips and looking here. Yeah, right now they still have bad defense, but they do outnumber us quite dramatically. Okay, so the London Conference is in effect. If I favour the 24 points, it compensates the German Federation. Limburg is established as a Dutch subject with nominal membership of the German Federation. Does that mean... Where's Limburg, first off? I have no clue. Does that mean that they... It improves Austrian relations with us if we do that, though? Okay, so we're definitely going to do that. Because I don't really care about the Dutch and Belgian opinion of me right now. Yeah, sure, let's improve Austrian opinion. But hang on, we must make sure not to take it over 50. So right now, it's going to go to 47. Yeah, we favoured the 24 points. Which forms Saxon-Prussian Union. Happened to form. Nice. Not happened to form, but formed as a result. I wonder if we can unify with Limburg. And where Limburg would be. So now Austria's opinion of us is plus 47. Again, we have to not take it over 50. So I guess I need to leave this open so I can see. Which is where the outliner really starts to become a little unusable. But got to keep an eye and make sure we cancel this. Why did I just get a bunch of extra influence? Oh, right. Our modifier timed out. Sorry, no. It's improve relations. Broke because they all love me. Nice. We're working towards getting all these guys into our power block. We got Hamburg already, which is good. Almost finished on that food industry. I should get this port done just so this isn't isolated. Although maybe it won't be isolated once Holstein is in because it's a customs union. I mean, stuff should be able to flow through. I mean, that's what I'd guess, but I don't know if that's how it works. But yeah, we'll see what happens with the London Conference. I think for our next mandate, we're going to go for deregulation. Just trying to buff up the industrialists as much as we can early on. I think that works. There we go. Dedicated police force is established. Nice. I don't think we need to crank this up because we don't have much turmoil. I guess we might when we unify, but I don't see why we would really. There's not much turmoil going on down here. So the problem now, of course, is that we're about to invent nationalism, but we need 75% of German states to do it. I don't know how many of them tend to invent it first. So what do we do next to try and maximize our odds of beating the old Austrians in this brothers' war? One option, of course, is going for like something that just increases our industrialization and hence wealth and hence power to attack them. One thing is obviously a military tech. Rifling? Yeah, I think rifling, to be honest. Because our small arms costs when we were at war were so insane. Let's try and invent some rifling. That makes sense to me. And meanwhile, I'm just going to keep trying to bring the iron price down. We're importing some from Russia and from Sweden. Very historical, kind of, you know, early war behavior for Germany. Not that we're Germany yet. And yes, this keeps popping up, which is annoying, but oh well. The London Conference still hasn't resolved. I don't know if they just haven't, you know, picked a side yet or decided what they're doing. I assumed it would fire quicker than this, but we'll see. Next law. I don't think there's any reason to do this, except, I guess, cheering up the armed forces. We definitely don't want this, right? Because this does... Well... Yeah, I don't really want the Colonial Affairs Institution, to be honest, because we're not gonna want to need it. Oh, sorry, not gonna want to have it. You have to have a decentralized nation adjacent to a homeland to be able to use that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can really get through right now. All of these would be absolutely shot down by the very unhappy Junkers. I assume this is... I was saying Junkers earlier, but assuming this is Junkers? I don't know. Someone will tell me, I'm sure. Actually, we could maybe try landed voting. Yeah, we might as well try landed voting. Industrialists and Intelligentsia are for it, and as is the radical movement. Could we get them in power? Presumably this is going to be way too illegitimate if I put all of them in. What if we kick out... The Intelligentsia being reformer, I think, is not really viable. What about if we did you two? Yeah, an unacceptable government. It's probably not going to work. What about the industrialists plus the armed forces? The problem right now is, yeah, this reformer, they're too progressive. We're not going to be able to get them in here. Is there anyone else? They're a monarchist, so could I bring you in? Yeah, that puts us at exactly 50. Which is obviously a little dicey. If I bring you in, it's getting even worse just because size of government is getting too crazy. But why would I want the petty bourgeoisie in here? Just because they have the highest clout? That doesn't really matter, does it? They do endorse per capita and proportional taxation. If we had them in, we could try and slightly expand the vote. Yeah, we could try landed voting. I believe there are some strats where like it's easier to go to wealth voting if you don't first go to landed voting, but I'm not going to worry about that. Oh, but what if we go to landed... No, landed voting is okay. I was thinking, what if we go to too high a vote too soon and then all the peasants just vote for the landowners? But that's not a problem. Yeah, I don't think we need you in here. Ah, that would give us some radicals, but not many. Not really a meaningful number. So this should still let us do it with no opposition. Yeah. Let's give it a go. Let's see if we can enact some voting. 30%. Pretty good. Not what it said it was going to be, but no matter. Radical and liberal movement both like it. And in fact, yeah, we could... Oh no, these have the 50% opposition. That's right. But yeah, let's try landed voting. Give that a crack. See if we can bring about a democracy. Are any of you guys a democracy of, you know, to some degree? Would you call landed voting a democracy? I would. I know some people probably wouldn't, but I feel like once you have a remotely sizable portion of the population voting, that's a democracy. And then there's just, you know, degrees of liberalism within democracies. Anyway, this will be invented very soon, and then we can take a look at how many other people invented it at the same time as us. Oh yeah, and Austria does like us too much right now, which is unfortunate. But I think maybe because you hit the button to trigger the leadership play, maybe I can do that even when they like me, which should be good. There we go. The peace has concluded. The conference has concluded. Disputed areas are divided. Peace in our time. So so Limburg is now, and there's nationalism. Is Limburg a German state? It's a Dutch homeland. But are you... No, they're Dutch. So they're a nominal member of the Federation, but not actually, because they're Dutch. Okay. And then we have Wallonian, which is a Luxembourgian market. Are you independent? No. So the Netherlands gets them. And then who are you under? Netherlands gets them as well. Feels like Belgium didn't get anything. It said they both divided the territories, but didn't the Netherlands just get everything? And yeah, we just started guaranteeing them. We get a 5% influence boost. Do I want to guarantee Belgium? Are we going to be able to sway Belgium into our thing? No, England is too influential there. So I'm just going to immediately stop guaranteeing their independence. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the Netherlands into our bloc. It looks unlikely at the moment, but I may keep trying. It looks like we can, however, get Bremen, Oldenburg. I'm really trying not to roll a dice on any of these. Have you warmed up to me yet, Hamburg? No, Holstein rather. Holstein is mad at me, probably because we were at war recently. The US is a natural enemy, but we'll keep working on them. Right, and we have got Nationalism now. So assuming other people researched at roughly the same speed as us. No, we're the only ones that have researched it. We're probably slightly faster. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't want to lose another 5 legitimacy. We just lost 5 because we the industrialists wanted us to bring in private schools rather than existing public schools, which obviously we don't want to do. I can just about afford to lose 5 legitimacy. It's really bad, but I do like the idea of improving the Junkers' opinion a bit. Because if we can get them out of noble privileges, then that'll improve our economic situation somewhat. So we'll keep giving it a go. Nice! It triggered! I just glanced and it was only at 30%. But now it's here. The ideals of nationalism and national unification have gained much support. They look out to the more powerful German powers, such as ourselves, and I hope we can champion the cause of German unity. Alright, save. I know that... I mean, I haven't reloaded any saves yet, but I'm already feeling guilty about saves coming. Okay, so North German Confederation will happen if there are no other unification candidates. Presumably this hurts their opinion of us because we're like competing candidates. It doesn't look like it. But so now we go here, and then nation formation, and then Germany. Okay, so right now we have 2 supporters. I imagine that will increase in a moment. Like if we let the week end, because loads of these people love us. They just don't all update all at once. Fair enough. So if we launch the leadership play, okay, it does trigger it. Bavaria will side with us. I allied Bavaria, by the way, to try and increase the odds they sided with us in this play. I should probably ally Saxony as well. I believe everyone who supports you sides with you in the play, which should make this easier. So I'll let people pick sides, and then we'll launch the leadership play. And to hit form Germany, we need 23 of the 31 regions supporting us. And obviously we want Austria to be one of them. 23. Well, yeah, let's let it play out a little bit more and see how this works. See how this shakes out. I think with the small nation support, we really should be able to dunk on them. Will Russia back them? Probably not. Will France back them? Probably not. Okay, so this is looking pretty promising, honestly. So it just depends on whether we can get them to have a good, like, reconciliatory attitude after the war. Oh, it's all kicking off. Let's see. Okay. Look at that. It's only been like a week, but the charm offensive appears to have worked. Basically, everyone is going our way. Except our personal union, technically. That's funny. Yeah, a couple of people. Baden. Did it not tell you the name when you hover over here? But that's Württemberg. It's pronounced Württemberg, right? With a W. The U with the 2 dots. Anyway, I don't know, and it doesn't really matter. So if we launch this now, these guys all back us, which obviously beefs up our numbers some. And 2 Sicilies might side with them. That's unfortunate. They're relatively powerful. Let's give it a go. Blumenach. Why is there a front line here? Oh, Holstein backed them? Yeah, because Schleswig-Holstein, unfortunately, we didn't manage to get them into our power block. We can get an embassy from them now, interestingly, while we're about to go to war with them. I guess I'll stop bankrolling and funding their lobbies. Do you want to join? Not yet. So yeah, Holstein will get dunked. Now the question is, do I need to mobilize my armies? I hope not. And we have got just one nice big long front. So I'm going to aim to not mobilize my armies, I think. Yeah. I guess I should also take war reps from Austria. They're also worried. That'd be funny if they back down. They're trying to conquer Bavaria. We should probably take war reps. I don't think it hurts our relations anymore to add this. Still, yeah, cordial. And that will give us some more money after the war, which would obviously be useful. And once we win this war, we should unify the North German Federation, which obviously will hopefully help as well. The question is just whether we go bankrupt, basically. Okay. War is on. Two Sicilies did side with them. I'm going to try an initial attack. I feel like the safer play would be to hold off. Oh, thank God. Okay, we're making progress. Good. Their defense score is terrible. I guess it's because they're all still line infantry. Plus, we have a bit of experience after our fighting up in Denmark. I'm looking forward to our armies just being, like, crazy good because they have really high experience. I think that's going to be fun. Multiple fights breaking out along the front. Ooh, narrow advantage on the stats on that one. But it's in the right place. High casualties being suffered here. The British Union has disbanded. Yeah, and they're probably going to... They might push up into Schleswig, but I don't think that matters. I probably shouldn't have wasted time building a dock in Schleswig-Holstein. Holstein, I guess. I don't think we needed that, but... Oh, look at the casualties swing as these battles turn in our favor. Lots of stuff going on. Don't worry about that. Yeah, landed voting has been going very well so far, by the way. Pushing in. All we got to do is take Austria. And yeah, I have ramped up our taxes and added more consumption taxes to try and cope with the deficit military spending here. 29% of Bohemia occupied. This fight still going our way. Yep, new fight. Closer. Closer. Lower defense overall. Sorry, lower offense overall, but still going pretty well. Also, in terms of mandates, by the way, I implemented advanced research, which is giving us some nice tech spread bonuses, which are good, because I think if we beeline military tech, that'll help us catch up on society and things. We did get Hanover in, by the by. Holstein, obviously, we didn't, sadly, but all the rest already in. We're still advancing. What controls how many fights can happen on a front at once? Why were there two there? Was one of them an Austrian advance, technically? Or was it an advance by a different country? I don't really understand how that works, but... Yeah. Anyway, we are... Yeah, look at this. Experience! I love the idea of cranking out the experience. Do you lose experience over time? I don't know. Oh, good point. I'm not paying the military. We should pay the military. Upper pops or interest group. Yeah, the industrialists are perfectly happy, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, see, now there's two fights again. But here, another good fight for the capital. Going pretty well, this war, I have to say. Wish we weren't pushing into Bohemia. A drought started in Austria. Oh my goodness. What terrible, terrible timing. It's a sign. It is a sign from God above that you should unify and become part of a greater German nation. Yes, it's working. So it must be much harder to play as Austria. Because as Austria, it's way harder to get all these little states to side with you, beefing up your army so much. I guess if you play as Austria and Russia backs you, that evens the sides a bit, but I'm looking forward to trying to do this as Austria. I think it'd be interesting. But yeah, how the heck do you get, what's that color on the map, by the way? A flood. Oh, cool. I don't know how you do this as Austria. It seems really tough. Ah, I didn't know occupation could be shared amongst one side. That's interesting. I hope it still counts as occupied once we win here. How many men have we lost so far, by the way? Oh, look at those casualty ratios. That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. This war should be this battle should be the last one in Austria, I think. And yeah, finances just about hanging on, beginning to dip into our credit. But that's okay. We've got a fair amount of credit, relatively low interest rate. What interest rate are we paying, by the way? Okay, 6.3 is not that low. But I don't know, in the context of the game, maybe it is. There we go. So Austrian capital state acquired. Now we pivot to defensive on all our armies. I had most of them on defensive, or some of them anyway, on defensive anyway. And when I said we should do this without mobilizing, I of course meant without conscripting, because I'm pretty sure conscripting... I don't know, actually, but conscripting tanks your economy, not just because you're paying for more people, but because they leave the factories to come and fight, right? I think so. Does it say temporary battalions maintained from the civilian population? I'm sure, presumably that does mean, you know, you can't both work a factory and be on the front line, you would think. Yeah, the war support should now tank. I've turned all my armies onto defense, and I've said stop. Whoa, what the heck? We enforced a war goal on the 2 Sicilies already? I mean, the war goal was nothing, which makes the pop-up phrasing a little odd, but interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, we're just going to wait until they're willing to do this, which will probably be minus 100 war support, but that will happen pretty quickly. And we're just going to hang out defensively on this front line, not allowing our forces to assist any of the other minor nations that push forwards. I don't think failed attacks... A failed attack into a province can worsen the control of the province, but I don't think if you're here and you attack here, you lose control of here. We'll keep an eye on it. And there's Holstein, war goal enforced, which means now it's back to trying to encourage Holstein into our fold. Let's get some lobby funding, get some bankrolling, and hopefully we'll be able to get them in soon. I imagine, yeah, good odds they flip conciliatory, I think. In fact, I'm not even sure we need to improve relations with them, because won't the North German Federation include Holstein whether or not they like it? From the testing, yes. From the code reading, no. So I'm not really sure which way that's going to go. By the way, I was building a bunch of artillery for our armies, but we didn't build it in time. And it occurred to me that I shouldn't really be increasing the size of my army, because we're about to get all of Austria's army, at least assuming things go the way I want them to. So I was asking earlier about how morale works and how much it matters. And the answer is a lot. Morale is essentially the proportion of the unit that's willing to fight. So if you knock the morale down of a unit 50%, I think 50% of that unit essentially stops fighting. It's also possible that I'm wrong, and it's just that once a specific unit reaches 0 morale, it stops fighting, but I think it's the former. So yeah, morale recovery definitely does matter. So then what is organization? Because the pop-up that I tend to see is low organization. There's manpower, morale, organization. So organization... Formation with low organization is less effective. Okay. So organization is the one that doesn't really change unless you screw with it or don't have the army set up right. Morale is based on, like, you know, how the fights have been going and how you have other stuff set up. And then obviously manpower is how many people are in there. Training rate affects manpower recovery. And then there's various things that affect morale recovery. Sorry, my foremost military advisor has arrived and wants some attention to help out with this war. How's it going, buddy? Anyway, back to yeah, our allies alone are pushing Austria, which makes sense when you consider that Austrian morale is so low, because they're just, you know, not able to actually field large enough armies because their armies are demoralized. All right, there we go. Minus 11, 2 more weeks, I think. And we didn't go too deep into debt, which is good. Only 600k in the hole. I know that good players rock high debt. I'm not that good, so I don't. Do I want to favor the petty bourgeoisie or the industrialists? I think I'd rather the industrialists had higher relative interest group approval, so I'm prepared to actually take a small hit to the power of the petty bourgeoisie, even though they are loyalists, meaning, sorry, they're meritocratic, meaning we can get the per capita and proportional taxation going potentially. But there we go. They're willing to do it. Propose the peace deal. Yoink. And now, if we go in here and go Germany, we can see that Austria has minus 100 opinion. But if we immediately start, and we get the war reps off them, 12k war reps off them. So we immediately start improving relations. And they are at 48. So we'll try and get that as high as we can. I think the bankroll costs 10k. So yeah, let's bankroll them, try and get an obligation. I can't fund lobbies. Haven't got enough influence for that. I should soon be able to invite them, though. I could get more influence by stopping various actions on some of these northern guys, which I don't think I'll need, because in just a second they'll stop existing. German leadership. Okay, so because we are the sole realistic option, we can make our current 2 leaders. What is this? Who are you? Ah, these are the 2 heads of our... interesting. These are the heads of our 2 interest groups in government. Make them more popular. Or unacceptable government, eh? Or influence and prestige. Well, it doesn't really matter, so we'll do that. Pause, 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 pause. Okay, so it did indeed annex all of them. Nice. Which will, I think, slow down my mandate generation, because we have far fewer members of our bloc now. I have been working on getting Denmark in already. But there we go. So that obviously changes things dramatically, and I'll need to do a reshuffle of how our economy works. But now we control 21 state regions. We only technically need 2 more. So Baden and then either Austria or Alsace-Lorraine. So, the question is, can we get Austria to back us? Do I fund lobbies? Increasing the interest group of people who view us as friendly would be useful. What's their opinion flip to? Okay, they're now genial. Genial and cordial, 48. So that's pretty... I mean, that's pretty close, right? If we only get a couple more opinion with them. So I don't think we necessarily need to fund lobbies, but I'm going to save in case it all goes to heck. Just because I'm interested in seeing how you can do this. But still, I mean, I haven't had to roll a load of save yet, so... But yeah, let's see how this goes. I think we're getting pretty darn close now. And the economy is obviously stabilizing. If I can drop the budget, that would be good, because the radicals... This is where I change the taxes. And the radicalism spikes. Oh, I think that's done it. Okay, so we just improved relations with them a bit. I started importing tons of stuff from Austria, so they got a trade agreement with us. 55? It was 55, right? Right? Come on. Come on. Please. Please. 55 did it last time. I know it doesn't update immediately. Come on. At the end of the week, maybe? Let's go! Nice! December 24th, 1840. A date that will live in infamy for the rest of the world and glory in our parts. So Alsace-Lorraine is optional. Why is it? They're all optional, aren't they? You just need 30 out of 23. Oh, no, I guess you need 30 out of 23 and these ones. No, because you definitely don't need Austria. Anyway, we did it. Nice. I didn't fix my ad bureaucracy situation because I think it's about to change quite radically. Boom. All hail the king. Super Germany. We get... The king can get 15 authority and 50 popularity. Or 20% could become more loyalist. 20% loyalists? Wait, sorry. 10% loyalists is a lot. That's 6 million loyalists. More or less. That's pretty big. That would make my political situation much easier to deal with. 50 popularity for the king would boost up support for the armed forces, which would kind of be good because they are loyalists, which means we get better taxation out of them potentially. I think I'm going to go with the loyalists though. Well, yeah, let's go with the loyalists. So it should be about 6 million. Let's see. Ah, only 3 million extra. Interesting. But there we go. Achievement get, 3 hurrahs. Apparently I never had that achievement before. And the Anti-Austrian Association has disbanded. That makes sense. Boom, there we go. So we are now the number 3 most populous in the world, behind only Qing and the British East India Company. We are the 3rd highest GDP. Look at that. 3rd highest GDP in the world, behind only the same 2. We've overtaken Great Britain. Nice. Our power block is, yeah, not much mandate growth now that we have so few members. So I'm glad I managed to get a bunch of these in fast while we had a bunch of members. But we're going to work to get Sweden and Denmark and then the Italian states as well into our power block as the next move. But there we go. Boom. Germany. That was fun. That was easy as well. I did all that saving and worrying about saves coming and they didn't have to. Anyway, but we'll need to take a serious look at the economic situation because our budget is crying. Let's So we'll need to take a look at what we can do about that. Fix things up. But nice. Okay, so what was that? Less than 4 years? Slightly less than 4 years. Boom. Cool. Okay, so I've switched over a load of production methods. Begun to demobilize the army. We'll probably shrink the size of the army as well. Like, it's needlessly large now, I think, probably. I mean, we're not... I suppose I should start racking up some infamy. Again, I want to try and go over the infamy cap, but we also need to stabilize the situation. We've got some societal problems to fix. So the second-class citizens right now are... I really wish it just listed the cultures. I guess you can do it here as long as you know where the boundaries are. But no, you can't, because these cultures aren't... Yeah, I guess you can't list the cultures because it depends on the religion, but it'd be helpful if the list didn't look like that. But yeah, we do have some second-class citizens like the Hungarians and things that we need to try and improve the lot of. We do have some serious excess amongst the lower strata right now. Jesus Christ. That's pretty good. And yeah, some trade routes that need cancelling. I still want to keep Russia on side for a bit, I think. But any of these... I just deleted Russian by mistake. Any non-Russian trade routes that are unproductive can go away. Yeah, our construction obviously has spiked enormously. And we need to turn that towards fixing our bureaucracy deficit and deciding if we still want these to be our two main industrializing states. I suspect Bohemia, Central Hungary may overtake them in terms of what we want to be doing there. But in general, great German Empire. Much to be done from here. Looking forward to it. For me, after a shower, and for you in mere moments. There we go. Landed voting. Nice. New parties. Whoops. Excuse me. Quieter now. I keep clicking on the wrong window. Pause. We have rifling. We have landed voting. Excellent. So we can now reform the government. Right now we are an unacceptable government, which is not ideal. And there isn't a great way to not be. Looks like. Interesting. Yeah, the rural folk are gaining clout because we just... Yeah, and the armed forces are going to join the Conservative Party. So that's not ideal. Should I have kicked them out so we were above unacceptable? Probably, right? For the lack of the massive enactment time penalty. Laissez-faire is supported just by the industrialists. Yeah. Stalling out because of the rural folk, basically. If we could get the rural folk under control, we might be able to get laissez-faire. Could potentially go free trade. Who doesn't like that? Rural folk again. Yeah, but with an unacceptable government, our ability to change stuff is pretty limited. So there's not much we can do that we want to do right now. Wealth voting is proposed by, yeah, Junkers. So we'll see how the next election goes. I feel like, obviously, the North is more industrial and more literate. So I think the South is going to sway towards policies we don't like. I also need to, yeah, I haven't rejigged my... Let's cancel all these and then kind of start fresh on where I'm going to put those, I think. Economy is not looking terrible. Research-wise, I think we should probably focus some industrialization. I'm just checking unless there's something else I really want in here. Well, pharmaceuticals. Oh god, yeah, we don't even have a health system, do we? Okay, we can at least get charitable hospitals. Or actually, yeah, we could probably get private health insurance if we had invented pharmaceuticals. So let's invent pharmaceuticals as a priority so we can get a health system going, get some pop growth. Because if we're not going to be able to, you know, one of the ways in our England game we got lots of pop growth was by gobbling up places in Africa, having people emigrate from Africa to the UK. Ooh, a Greek uprising, huh? Interesting. I don't think we want to back that, but this does solidify in my mind that we should definitely go after these Ottoman subjects, partly because we have almost no one in our bloc. I'm working diplomatically on these four, I should work non-diplomatically on these guys, I think. Getting them into the bloc would be good, just for mandate growth, basically. So yeah, war with these guys while the Ottomans are dealing with the Greek uprising. Perfect. They back down. Nice. We called in Russia with Conquer Dubrovnik. This is Dubrovnik, isn't it? It's Dobrozhye. It's probably just the Russian name, I'm guessing. So we got Moldova and Wallachia and Northern Serbia. Interesting, it's calling it Northern Serbia. I assume Southern Serbia... Oh, sorry, it's calling it Serbia. Right? No, it's actually calling it Northern Serbia. Interesting. How deferential to the Ottomans. So we'll want to probably get them Southern Serbia at some point. But yeah, they're busy fighting off the Greeks, which should... Yeah, look at that. Massively increased the growth rate here. Did take quite a lot of infamy to get that done. We're now going to need to do some improved relations. Wow, Britain and France really don't like us, huh? We should probably just embrace that they don't like us and rival them both. In fact, we have cordial relations with them. But yeah, let's cordial France. Why not? Basically. And then, did I get rid of my interest in China? I did, good. I want to keep these ones so I can stay rival to them, I think. Anywhere else we should put an interest? I guess at some point we are going to go after France. We have quite a lot of available interests. I don't think there's anywhere else I really am likely to want to get involved. So I'm just going to declare them where I actually have an interest, because we're not playing a global game. We're playing a very centered game. Reorganizing my armies a little bit. You guys are all cavalry. You can go join First Elites. No, sorry, you're line infantry. All of you go join them. It's weird. The game runs so much worse when I'm this zoomed in. I assume it's something to do with the map mod, even though when I turn it on and off, it doesn't seem to make much of a difference, but you guys in there. Simplify our armies somewhat, which will be good. Political situation is a little bit problematic. We can become legitimate by kicking the industrialists out. I'm having a crack at laissez-faire, even though it seems really unlikely to be able to pass. And yeah, the labor movement is protesting. But yeah, Sweden wants a defensive pact. Yep, that's fine. We're working towards trying to get Sweden in peacefully. So any kind of deals we can make with them. Same with the Netherlands. Mutual investment agreement for an obligation. Yeah. Yeah, that seems good. Great. We're not a military pact, so you can go to war with people in your power block. So if we eventually want to turn on these guys, then we can do that. But yeah, let's try and improve relations with our new subjects. We could also take a look at the new subject interactions we have. So, for example, we can force border opening against Moldova, which greatly increases the liberty desire and deteriorates relations, but can force us to no migration controls. Nice. Yeah, damages relation with the target subject. But yeah, there's lots of different stuff we can do, which is cool. You have to be cordial to do these synergizing, which are the other ways of you can force some things and you can synergize some things, which is interesting. Industry ban, force industry ban is kind of funny. If you could do that, if you could get like a really big subject like Russia and then force industry ban, that seems like that would be fun. Serbia's is increasing because yeah, friction between our legal systems. This is also from the mod. There's no just like base liberty desire tick up from low liberty desire. It's based on friction between legal systems. When you're basically the same, then you have very low liberty desire, which makes sense to me. It motivates this whole synergizing thing. So I'm going to work to improve relations with these guys and then start trying to kind of synergize our governments. Seem good. Should be appointing governors though, just because, yeah, sometimes lets me do this. Get up to 6 and therefore 10% authority from my evangelists. Nice. Don't think these are all protectorates, aren't they? Yeah, so we can't appoint governors. They need to be puppets, right? I think. Yeah, puppet or lower. Cool. Next, kind of wars. We're allied to Russia now. By the way, it's not. We didn't just get them in the war, we actually got a full alliance with Russia. So the mighty juggernaut now seems ready to turn its attention this way. A war to liberate Occitania against France seems like it would be a good play, but I want to stabilize the economy a bit first. So this is the downside of having unified. The Conservative Party is overwhelmingly winning the election, and yeah, I've tried to give as much momentum as we can to the Free Conservative Party, which is, of course, that of the industrialists, but 84% of the vote carried for the Free Conservative Party. Now, that does give us a healthy amount of legitimacy, which is good, just because of the total percentage of votes in government is now 88%. Which is pretty good. The rural folk not being in a party is great. It's meaning that they don't get any votes, so they don't hurt our legitimacy. All the way up to legitimate government is great. If we kick out the Free Conservatives, we go up, but not particularly meaningfully so. But yeah, laissez-faire, still not looking likely, basically. I don't think there's much I can do to marginalize the rural folk. I could use authority. How much would it cost? 200. The labor movement is not that influential. The peasant movement is, and wants homesteading or collectivized. What are we on right now? Tenants? Yeah. So, I mean, homesteading would be an improvement. If we could get to commercialized, that would be good. There's a fairly influential royalist movement. Shouldn't they be generating loyalists every month? Because they've got stuff that we like. Oh, sorry, hang on, that's the radical movement. The royalist movement. Because, I mean, we're a monarchy, right? So surely I should be getting some... It doesn't cause radicals. Sorry, it doesn't cause loyalists. It's just not causing radicals, it looks like. That's a shame. Well, I guess it would cause loyalists if and when you did something they liked, but obviously we're already that. So I'm not going to pay attention to any political movements that aren't going to be relevant, I think. Sorb National Movement. That's interesting. They're pluralist. Interesting. Does that mean if we tried to pass this right now? No, we wouldn't get any bonus. The North Italian movement is the only one that gives a bonus because they're the only ones with enough support. So you're telling me, and this is just because there's radicals, basically. You're telling me if I can make my cultural minorities less happy, I'll get more support for moving towards being a multicultural state? That's what I'm hearing. Which seems to set up a slightly perverse incentive, which I'm not sure if we'll act on. Steel is very expensive because I'm using it to make lots of tools, but that's okay. We're going to get some more steel and iron mines going. Should be good. I was thinking about other goals I was going to set for myself this campaign. I think one... By the way, is the game muted? No, it's just quiet at the moment. I think one of them should be standard of living. We got fairly high in the England game, UK game rather, but I like the idea of trying to really push standard of living, which I guess means probably co-op ownership at the end of the day. But so I'm going to focus on trying to really drive up standard of living. I think it'll be a fun goal, getting just a bonkers consumer economy going. By the way, we are allied to Russia in the short term, so my intention is to first push west, basically. But in the fullness of time, I will want land that can attract migrants, which means land with available arable farmland, which I think means Russia, basically. Laissez-faire is not looking impossible. We've got 20%, inch by inch, from these previous checkpoints. Still 24 is high in terms of stall chance. Why do we want laissez-faire, by the way?
Let me go.
Whoops. Be quiet. Because interventionism right now, right? This gives us 50% private construction allocation, 50% government dividends reinvestment, meaning of 50% of all the money that government-owned buildings are earned go straight into the investment pool, 25% government dividends efficiency, meaning when we collect dividends for owning a building, like, for example, where will we own a building? Here, probably? Yeah, so right now we're receiving 800 bucks for owning 4 levels of these iron mines. That money is just increased by 25%. And I believe that's what Generalist Gaming, whose excellent videos on this game I have watched, calls a free money modifier, meaning you just get bonus money, I think, out of that. It's not like more money is taken away from other owners and given to you instead. And then there's no nationalization without compensation, which doesn't matter because I don't nationalize. I don't really understand the function of it, except by enacting co-op ownership, I guess. But yeah, we're trying to do laissez-faire, which gives us 1 extra company, which is nice, 25% less interest rate, which is great, 100% dividend reinvestment, which is fine because we're effectively spending, the money in the investment pool is all being spent. So that's okay. It forces privatization, which is fine. You can establish companies by purchase, which I think means that when you set up a new company, they start with more buildings, basically, rather than having to build them themselves. They're bought. I don't really quite understand. But most importantly, 25% capitalists and shopkeepers investment pool contribution efficiency, meaning when capitalists put money into the investment pool, it's as if they put more in. Simulating the fact that they're able to invest more efficiently under laissez-faire than interventionism, which seems good. And 75% private construction allocation, again, also fine by me. Good, in fact, by me. So, yeah, but that investment pool contribution is big. If we take a look right now, yeah, I mean, the investment pool is not growing by a huge amount. 63,000. And you can see that 25,000 of that is coming from financial districts. I think only the money from financial districts will be improved. Oh, and company headquarters, rather than all these ones. I think the investment directly from iron mines is because they're employing some shopkeepers. Yeah, so I guess it will also improve that, actually. So yes, overall, pretty big boosts. Obviously, the thing it's not boosting is the money coming from manor houses, which are, of course, owned by, right now, clergymen and aristocrats. In fact, maybe just aristocrats. I can't remember if we ever worked that out in the previous game, like what determines who owns what, but yeah. The main thing I should be building right now, because I think we brought steel and iron prices down sufficient amount, and the fact that we're about to get the Besma process, that's what I've just noticed. I live near an old one of these, one of these Besma forge things. Anyway, and the wash tube boiler are both going to radically increase the amount of steel and iron we can produce. So we should focus on building stuff to try and de-peasant a bit. We have 13 million peasants right now, and I would rather they were working in, wood industries and food industries and stuff that are less likely to be owned by the landowners, but without either homesteading, which I don't want to do, because I do not want to give the farmers political strength, because they'll just go rural folk. But we could really do with commercialized agriculture, because with commercialized agriculture, middle strata props and rural buildings go petit bourgeoisie, and low strata go trade unions. So if we can commercialize agriculture, that would be really good. In fact, maybe I should prioritize that as next thing we want. What do we need for that? Mutual funds? Yeah. There's quite a lot of other stuff we'd need to research first. Modern sewage is useful. Build individual buildings faster. And pollution effects reduction is nice. Yeah, let's do that. See how that goes. Fingers crossed for laissez-faire, but with 24% chance, I'm not holding out much hope. Nice. Sweden just accepted the invite to join the bloc. So there we go. Glorious. Should help with mandate progress now going much faster. This mandate mod, by the way, does seem overpowered. Like being able to have 4 of these is kind of crazy, But, you know, it means Great Britain's going to have more as well. Your main, I know it'll make you overpowered relative to smaller nations, but if Great Britain and France and things can have more things. The thing is, when you add more things to the game, it makes the player more overpowered because the player makes better decisions. Although, I'm not that good, so maybe I won't. Who knows? Yeah, Sweden being in is good. We should probably end that offensive pact with them. Will damage our relations a bit, but I could really do with that influence back. Potentially, I use one of my principal slots to throw in defensive coordination, which lets you always call people in defensive plays. But no, because I couldn't start things against block members. I probably don't want to do that. Oh, we do have a... Do I have a principal available? I do. A mandate available. Sorry, one just came free. Cool. Do I want this? I think I do, right? This gives +5 technology research speed per level of education. Kind of bonkers. Seems very nice. 15% flat speed. Good stuff. And yeah, with this extra influence, I could work on maybe bankrolling the Netherlands in the short term. Exquisite. And yeah, we're also working on trying to get some stuff going with some Italian states. Want to get them in as well. Oh yes, and our anti-France lobby is demanding we make a play against them, which I will do. I think I will go for a humiliate plus war reps, which I think we could win pretty handily. We outnumber them badly. It'll be a slog, cost us some money, but if we get war reps off them, that'll pay for it. And by humiliating them, they won't be able to stop me if I later go for plays against Italians or Dutch and Belgian lot. So we, our labour movement is becoming radical. This just reduces radicals from political movements, not radicalism. It's this that reduces their activism. Yeah, so they're only going to 75% so far. But as more and more of them become radical, they could cause problems for us. There's nothing I can do really to cheer them up right now. But oh, and they're back down below 75 again, so it's gone. But I expect that to come and go as the number of radicals increases. Radicals are slightly trending up at the moment. I'm slowly being able to afford paying people properly, which is good. Well, I've never really... Stonks achievement, cool. I've never really considered going over on these things. I mean, 11k for 5% authority. Right now, that's not that good, but if you had really high base authority, that would be good. Then what'd you get here? Morale recovery and prestige and power protection? Yeah, it's not bad. But yeah, I'm slowly moving to... In fact, you know what? I'm pretty sure we can do it now. The thing is, liquor is so expensive for our lowest strata. Getting rid of this consumption tax is going to really hurt our bottom line, but it'll save me some authority to use elsewhere, and it will hopefully radically increase, or relatively radically increase, standard of living, which will help. Hopefully. I didn't even notice. Laissez-faire made it to consideration. And it might now make it to a cent. You never know. 37% could just happen. What is this? Debate. That's not great. Could make our... I really don't want to make him unpopular. Permanent minus 20 popularity. Or minus 30 popularity. Or 5% enactment chance. I'm going to have to take the hit. Take the 20%. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's not ideal. He's still relatively popular. Because he was, you know, part of the whole German unification thing. But not ideal, not ideal. Okay, an opportunity to get to war with the Ottomans again. Don't we have a truce with them? Why can I join this? And why is 2 not switching to the diplomacy tab? Because that would be 3. I probably changed that. Yeah, don't I have a truce? I do have a truce with the Ottomans. Interesting. And yet, I can back Egypt. So, back them for a war goal. The liberation of Bosnia-Herzegovina or Bulgaria. Bulgaria is bigger. I'm okay with supporting Egypt in favor of that. Continuing to weaken the Ottomans, well, so we can spread our tendrils into the Balkans. Yeah. Liberate Bulgaria, and I'm with you. And I don't think we're even going to need to send huge armies down here. I'm going to start making a habit of only mobilizing the first army, maybe even just the elites, and then bulking them up, where the idea is we have two kind of relatively lean, really high experience armies, which we can fairly cheaply mobilize for wars like this, where I'm not that worried. I should have checked who's leaning. Oh, okay, yeah. So England is going to support them. Okay, that could cause a problem. We might need to back down. Is it too late to declare neutrality? No, I could switch back to on the fence. Yeah, if England comes in, I might back down. We'll see. England may yet not support them, but also I've noticed if they do, they got a pretty small army. So I think we win anyway. It'll cost us a lot more money. We're spending a lot of cash on military buildings right now. I need to militarize these military buildings. I mean, even the thing is, it makes less tools if we do this, like a lot less tools, which might hurt the general economy. But the tools I don't have to pay for. So I think I'm going to go all the way to no civilian tooling. Doesn't lose them very much money, and makes my small arms costs way smaller, which is very nice. So I think that's good. And yeah, I'm reorganizing my armies so that we have the elites. Unfortunately, I did mobilize them, and so now their organization is terrible. But oh yeah, and England did not join. Fantastic. Oh, enactment. Enactment. Nice. Nice. And there's the Netherlands. Oops. I keep unpausing my YouTube video. There's the Netherlands also joining the bloc. That will put these guys in the bloc, I guess. Which isn't exactly necessarily in the spirit of the run. But that's wasn't necessarily my main goal. But that will help with some of our rubber needs, which is good. So we can break off a whole bunch of our relationships with them. I think I'll keep a trade agreement with them. No, sorry, I definitely don't need a trade agreement. That won't do anything. I think I'll keep the defensive pact with them, though, as we continue to work on getting some Italian miners in. Sardinia-Piedmont is pretty darn close now. Probably afford a bit of a bankroll there. And Montenegro would be nice. But yeah, keep working on that. Nice. And yeah, the war progresses just fine. We are going to be advancing towards Northern Thrace, which is our war goal. Our allies are totally misplaying. They haven't even raised these guys. I guess they can't afford them. But we'll see. Eye of the Needle. It's not great. Well, we can afford to lose 2 right now. Yeah, I am trying to decrease enactment time with authority right now. Once laissez-faire passes or not, I'll move that back. Yeah, and the revolution is back on, but we are... Nice, that hit the loyalist. So we're not in too bad of a problem. Loyalists... Yeah, I don't mind. We're fine with the loyalist movement, I think. Oh, hang on. Our moderate in charge of the industrialist retired and was replaced with another moderate. Okay, less popular moderate. Unfortunate. Oh well. This really feels like fighting the Ottomans in EU4 when you've blocked the Bosphorus. There's basically no one here. We're just rolling through. Do you advance faster if you have more generals on advance? I don't know. It seems like we are sometimes fighting multiple battles here. Yeah, because we've got one here. I guess you can have one per army advancing? I don't know. The Junkers propose support for the anti-French Confederation. That is great. Make the evangelicals happier by being in the anti-French association. I'm all about that. So Egypt wanted to host a power block embassy, which is interesting. And I have said yes. Did I set rules about where I was allowed to have members of the power block? Maybe I should be allowed to have foreign members of the power block. Just not you know, through war, and not to ever intending to make them subjects. I think that's okay. If we can make direct conquer and make everyone else trade with us and be subservient to the power block. That seems okay. So I feel like I don't yet have a good handle on when you should and shouldn't accept foreign investment. You being able to invest in another country means your capitalists will be wealthier than they otherwise would be, assuming they make relatively good decisions, which I don't know if it's fair. I have got a mod that hopefully improves their decisions somewhat, but I don't know if that's a fair assumption or not. Having them able to invest in me and me able to invest in them, I feel like, assuming I'm richer, which I am, they have half the domestic product of us, and I suspect more of my domestic product is capitalists than theirs. Assuming that I'm richer than them, I will be able to invest in them more than they will be able to invest in me. Now, do I want to invest in them? Investing locally increases my standard of living and wealth, and hence consumption, and hence prices, and hence, you know, productivity, and hence standard of living, and so on, more, if it all stays local. But if we're trading with them, which we are, that helps our market. I think we go for it. I think we go for it, partly because it cheers up the intelligentsia, which is good because they're having a bad time at the moment with this massively powerful conservative party. But yeah, I think we go for it. And then yeah, it just means our capitalists can invest more effectively, I think, basically. And if we're trying to make really rich capitalists, we want them to be able to invest really effectively. There is the kind of protectionist element. And them being able to invest in us means they get the dividends from the ownership level of the buildings, which is clearly negative. So I can see how that's a problem. But the buildings wouldn't otherwise exist, right? The counterfactual is not we get the investment levels from the buildings. It's no one does. Unless, I guess, they privatize a building that I have built, rather than it being built by their investment pool. Okay, I guess that's the scenario. Or, you know, there's only so many levels of buildings you can have. But as long as we have peasants, I feel like the more building in our country, the better it is for us. Because the peasants draw a salary, even if the dividends go abroad. Alright, what happened? Debate. Okay. We can weaken the evangelical church or weaken the rural folk. I'd really like to weaken the rural folk. This, yeah, 5% enactment chance for 50% chance of a big one would be good, but let's just take the pretty darn good odds of getting laissez-faire now. Still no setbacks, which is crazy. I don't think we've even had a single... I'm not a fan of the fact that it keeps going. Yeah, not even a single negative checkpoint. Pretty freaking lucky. I feel like this video and the England video, we've had just bonkers RNG. It's payback for all the terrible RNG I've had in the past, I guess. They have maneuvered their troops to try and defend this front now, but because they have no manpower, they're just showing up to these fights with, like, empty divisions. Look at this. There's 1.7 thousand people in these 10 divisions that showed up to the fight, so we're just winning almost immediately. Bulgaria is 100% getting free, and I wish this was my war so I could add more war goals, but... Oh, hey, we're finally reputable again. Excellent. Means we'll be able to persuade some more people to join. Like, hey, Modena, come on in. Hey, Sardinia Piedmont, do you want an embassy? They would not. Nearly, though. Nice. We'll be able to get there. Let's get some bankrolling, get some improvement with Tuscany. You can stop guaranteeing your independence. Stop bankrolling you. Nice. There we go. The fate of Bulgaria. Bulgaria is currently under occupation. The question remains of how their government should be established moving forwards. Interesting. So this is okay. So this is the modded. I thought there was a mod. This is a mod where when you release nations, you have a choice to kind of try and contain them or protect them. So we can make them a puppet, a protectorate. Enter our sphere of influence for a small amount of infamy. And this is a diplomatic incident. Okay, so it's a diplomatic incident, not a play. Interesting. They will go free. Okay, yeah, I like this. A little bit of infamy to force them straight into your sphere of influence. Yeah, sign me up. That seems fairly reasonable as a system. Let's get power block embassies on them. Have I got power block embassies on these guys, by the way? You can't because they're a subject. Yeah. That seems fairly reasonable to be able to pull people into your power block like that. So we are, I think, able to start plays against power block members, right? But we can't because we have a truce with them. What about Sweden? Because we're currently guaranteeing they're independent and they're a great power. Right? No great examples of who I could try and use this on. It looks like if I didn't have a truce with Bulgaria, though, I could do it. The question is, will we be able to make them accept it more because they're in our power block? I don't think so. But there we go. Bulgaria's free. Nice. By free, I mean, you know, more like under new management and all that. Cool. Time to demobilize the economy. And, well, but maybe not on the artillery foundry, actually. But on everything else to make GDP kind of should spike a little when we demobilize, I think. Nice. I went for police coordination 2, by the way. And then I'm also beefing up our police because the minus 15% political movement activism is going to be really useful for helping us avoid revolutions, I think. Time for war with France. Right? I don't think we have a great thing to go to war with France over. This counts if you're at war with France. Yeah. So let's make a play against Denmark. We have a return state still. Oh, yes. I completely forgot about Alsace-Lorraine. Okay, yeah, we'll just do return state against Alsace-Lorraine. Denmark might side with them. That's fine. I should probably make a little bit of money first. Let's be at peace for just a moment here. Oh, we got it! We got laissez-faire. Nice. Also, I'm beefing up the quality of my military ahead of the war. That's really good. Whoa! Look at that. From 61, I know it's been a couple of months, but still, from 61 to 110. Our England campaign could never. Hell yes. That's so good. And people support public health insurance? Who? The Evangelical Church do. Amazing. And the labor movement? Yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. That's so good. Nice. I think this is the strat that I've heard talked about where if you're on no health system, then the church will support anything, basically, which is why it's a good idea to sometimes not pass the other ones. We're going to get public health insurance. That's so good. We should probably... Who is it supporting it, sorry? The labor movement? Yeah, labor movement. I'm not going to do anything else you don't like, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything else you don't like. So, congratulations. You're being bolstered. If we can get you more important. What does bolstering do again? More attractive for pops to support. Yeah, that's right. And it's because we're on censorship, our bolstering is pretty powerful, plus 40%. So nice. New thing, by the way. I went with this paper conglomerate, by the way, just because bureaucracy was being a real problem for us. I wanted to go for the construction one, which I did, but then it disbanded again. Where's it gone? I'll just find it here. Here it is, this one. We can't do this because it has recently disbanded. Can't do that for another year. But yeah, I do want to do this one at some point. I think doing it before Bessemer process was the problem. But we'll definitely want them back at some point. But for now... influence isn't bad. Military good costs? It is costing us a lot, but it's, you know, it's only when we're at war. I like the idea of boosting birth rate as well. Especially because I think we're going to struggle to stop discriminating against people. Boosting up our coal mines would be good. It's worth remembering that I think the prosperity bonus is now more important relative to the throughput and construction bonus because they're harder to get because they only apply to buildings the company owns or the company builds. None of these are really inspiring me. So I think we will go birth rate. Just seems fun. Here's the buy purchase thing. It will immediately give it those two. Okay. Interesting. And yeah, it is, we've got good productivity on our food industries, so we should probably build some more food industries, actually. I think about it. Oh, railroad accident. More boosting up the trade unionists. No, we're not planning on boosting the trade unionists this time. Also, should I be doing more craftsman sewing? Yes, we should probably do just a little bit more. There's a fine balance to be struck on craftsman sewing at the moment. What was I talking about? Yeah, food industries. We could do with making more alcohol. I don't think there is a way for me to make more alcohol right now except just building more, but... So why do these all have prioritization toggled off? Ah, because that button is just a little bugged because we are on laissez-faire, which means everywhere can privatize. Whoa, that took a while to load. Yeah, we could definitely be making some substantial money from... I wish this domestic-only thing worked without me having to reopen and reclose it, but yeah, we could be making quite a bit more money from this. Not enough qualifications, though, interestingly. Maybe I should start using some of my social mobility boosting stuff. Influence, rather, for social mobility boosting. But, I don't know, bolstering the labour movement just seems really good. If we can get some stuff through there. And that is going to be big. That's going to be very big. Not for the boilers in these things, which I think we don't want to do. Just because the coal is expensive. Though it won't be momentarily, because what I am excited about that for... Oh yeah, baby. Here we go. Look at that. 25% productivity bonus, more than. Very nice. Lead mines. May not need it on the lead mines, actually. Let's do it on the lead mines anyway, because we're going to be using more lead in the near future. Same thing for sulfur. Gold mines, obviously, easy win. And where are my coal mines? There they are. Boom. That's the sound that the drop in the iron price makes. Very nice. Interesting. Who's this? Authoritarian intelligentsia guy. No, thank you. So I've decided what I'm going to use Hungary for. I think we're going to do a big textile industry in Hungary, which will also have the side effect of producing some fertilizer and meat and groceries, because we're going to use these beefed up ranches, which are... we have a mod that adjusts how the livestock ranches industry works. It's a lot more complicated now, and there's more options and things. It's cool. But yeah, I think that's going to be good. Oh crap! The Agrarian League. Are they going to cause problems? They're going to get 14% of the vote. We're going to see what we can do to keep the Free Conservative Party going. We did get a bonkers 30%, but it is costing us time modifier of 20k, but still bonkers bonus there, which I'm very happy about. Oh, first elite, I've made you slightly too large. What do we got? 2 armed forces guys. Can I get anyone else? Just trying to boost up anyone else. Election is on. Yes, some loss for the Progress Party doesn't really matter, but the Free Conservative Party are who we're focused on. And if we just keep increasing wealth, because the thing about landed voting is it gives a boost to aristocrats, but also a boost to capitalists. It's wealth voting that we want. Wealth threshold for voting of 25, which means essentially only the upper strata can vote. Although the middle strata, honestly, they've got some excesses there. Their standard of living is increasing. Not fast, but it's increasing. We'll see. But yeah, big push on clothes because they're very expensive right now, and it will be good for our standard of living, and hence loyalists and so on. Holy crap. 40% enactment chance in exchange for just a few dead Lombardy farmers? Sign me up. That's really good. So here's the war with France. I have mobilized some of my armies, but not all of them. I've also added conscripts to the others, and this is now looking a little bonkers. We are going to be able to invite Russia in, I think. So France may back down. If they don't back down, fighting just France alone, calling an ally doesn't harm relations, does it? So, I mean, there's no reason not to do that. I guess it could encourage people to side against us, but... yeah, they're at minus 75, so they probably will back down. Just in case they don't, though, I'd like you to liberate all these different people, who I will then work to get into my power block. Because I think that would be pretty funny. Speaking of the power block, by the way, still working on these guys. Maybe able to get a embassy here? Not yet, no. Us being a bit infamous. This play for Alsace-Lorraine is not helping our reputation. Looks like the French share in Alsace-Lorraine has wildly increased. Is it because they've industrialized it? Oh, yes, they have. There's consideration. Does not surprise me. Yeah, I think we're going to be able to push in here. Oh, there's the election results. Any change needed? Not really. Seems fine. We technically don't need the industrialists in, right? Technically. So, is there anything I want the industrialists in government for? I don't think so. So yeah, actually we can go righteous government. Kick the industrialists out means they won't be able to make requests at least. And yeah, while the Conservative Party's here, that's fine. Oh, the Junkers have specific interests. I didn't realize. That's cool. Junkers, I still don't know. Yeah, I'm going to try and win without mobilizing more guys. Especially if the Russians send people to help. It seems like that will be much more feasible. I've already used up all my maneuvers. But yeah, maybe they just back down. At 75, 76, if no one else joins them, I think it's very likely they just back down. Which would be fine by me. Yep, they back down. Nice. There's the lobby demand completed. Our financial situation saved because it was becoming a little untenable. But that's pretty funny. I will go with, that's interesting, there's two different options of extensive. Probably because we're not all on rifles. Yeah. Extensive civilian tooling, extensive explosives manufacture. Nice, but there we go. Welcome. I'm going to keep calling it Alsace-Lorraine because I think I can pronounce. I was going to say I can pronounce it, but probably wise to change that to I think I can pronounce it. Nice, gives us a new army as well. Some extra infantry. The blocking army could use precisely that many infantry. Nice. And it means it costs us less infamy if they back down, I think, right? Efforts in here go well. And yes, France does get away without losing their all their other countries, but we can always do that later. Industrialists no longer thrilled with us. That's a shame. I would like to do something to make the industrialists happier. I wonder if I could appoint a governor in favor of them. Ah, here we go. Nice. Some radicals, but in favor of... I really, really want to get back this extra 10% investment efficiency. Moldova, why can't I appoint a governor here? Because they are not a republic. Right. Makes sense. Could also annex Krakow. Probably do that when they're more loyal. Yeah, moving towards annexing these guys, I don't know if it's worth doing. Just because of the huge unhappiness it will give everyone else. But we'll see. Tech-wise, by the way, I'm doing a bunch of military stuff. I want to get to the point where we can push... The problem with pushing infamy, I guess, is that no one's going to want to join our power block. So maybe we don't push it too hard. I don't know. Or at least not yet. We'll see. Once they're in a power block, I feel like we have them kind of relatively locked in, but we'll see. So, I did some testing, and I've been having bad performance when zoomed in, but good performance when zoomed out. I've tried all of these settings. I've gone through and tested all of them, right? You'll notice they're all currently on high, basically. And that's because I can have all of them on high, except map objects, and I get constant 60 FPS. If I turn on map objects to high, then the game drops to about 18 FPS. Yep, it's currently at 22. So, and this is why this runs fine, but this doesn't. So that is pretty funny to me, because I do not care about the map objects. So we're going to leave those off. I have no idea why I can have everything on Ultra except map objects, which I need to keep off. Anyway, I can't remember where I was or what I was just talking about. We're industrializing. It's been a day, and I've just spent ages fiddling with that. We got public health insurance through. Nice. But yeah, we're working to continue to expand the the power block and things. Gearing up for yeah, I mean, maybe I should try and beef up my army and just see what it's like to go absolutely ham, but I think I want to stabilize my economy first. And I'm still not sure, I don't know. I know this is the campaign where I like conquer a bunch of stuff and break the infamy cap. I like not breaking the infamy cap, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I'm going to make a play. Let's try and get wealth voting. Wealth voting should be fine. I don't think that will over-empower any parties I don't want. I think it should just add more power to the industrialists. It might add a bit more to the Junkers, relatively speaking, but it should detract from evangelical and petit bourgeoisie, I think. Because wealth voting is a wealth threshold of 25, yeah. So basically it's just the upper strata right now. Is that true? Yeah. The lower strata have a wealth of... I know it doesn't just map exactly to their standard of living, but their average standard of living is... Sorry, the average wealth is more or less the standard of living, I think. So I think that usually standard of living is slightly higher, because there's various modifiers that make standard of living higher than wealth, but I don't know of any that make it less. They might exist. But anyway, so we're going to make ourselves less legitimate, which is, unfortunate, but it's got to be done. And let's try and pass wealth of voting. Yeah, so 14% chance success, no stall chance, because the Junkers are thrilled with us. Is that going to change? No. We need to keep their political lobbies happy, but there's no recent changes here that are making them more happy, so that's good. There aren't any interesting radicals we can get. They're all just peasant movements, reactionary, royalist. Oh, there is a liberal. Yeah, I mean, a liberal movement. Sure. Come boost up our liberal movement a bit. We're boosting the Labour movement right now. I don't know if that's really a good idea, actually. Maybe I should be boosting liberal instead. Trying to move towards, yeah, extra suffrage. Sure. Let's stop bolstering that. Start bolstering liberal. Yeah, the peasant movement is pretty powerful, but we should be able to continue to weaken them. It's just that we've got a lot of peasants now, right? Yeah, 12 million. I guess that's actually not a crazy number, but yeah, more peasants than gainfully employed right now, which is obviously not ideal. So we need to just keep industrializing. Got a lot of authority. Don't really care. 10% at one time, not that big a deal. Should probably look at getting some more decrees down. I'm going to try and create a big industrial base in central Hungary around textile mills. I know that we're also going to, the private queue will, I think, handle the kind of spreading out things. Because sometimes it's more efficient to have stuff, more spread out. Sometimes you want to have it centralized because centralized has more throughput, but spread out has more benefits from MAPI, basically, is my understanding. Where the balance is between which of those you should prefer at any one time, I don't know. But I reckon if I handle the big centralized stuff with more intentionality behind it, I can let the private queue do some of the spread out stuff, is my theory. So yeah, I think some focus on clothing here. Why here? Because there's loads of agriculture space, which means I can get loads of livestock for the cloth, the textiles rather. And then if I do food and clothing here, the food can use the meat, and we've also got some coal and iron stuff, and the textiles can use this. We can't get dyes here, obviously. Are there... What makes the most textiles per worker? Do you even get it from anything else? I guess cotton, right? Yeah, obviously. So cotton makes tons, but we don't have any... Oh, we do actually have a cotton thing here. But right now, I think livestock is... Oh, we've got so many options for livestock because we've got the investment agreement with Russia. But if we're focusing on domestic building, livestock is currently making a lot more money than cotton. And then dye plantations. Where's the nearest dye plantations that we could potentially access? Yeah, it's all down here. We need to start kind of conquering our way through here, I think, potentially, to get to dyes. I think I can... There's a way to see on the map, isn't there? Yeah, here we go. Potentials on the map. So Persia, and then into India and South China, and then Africa. So yeah, I think we're going to continue to spend our infamy conquering my way through here, both by creating members of the power block and by just directly pushing in. I think that's the way to go. Maybe I shouldn't be making... I probably shouldn't be making more subjects, should I? I should be working towards actually integrating these guys. And then people that we don't want to make subjects can just remain members of the power block to give me my mandate growth. I think that works. Maybe I should be spending my infamy on, you know, yoinking Valonia. How much would that cost us? 30. Yeah, 30 is not crazy. Valonia is a an excellent state. All of this room for stuff. Plus, I think it has a special company we could potentially benefit from. But yeah, so I'm going to try and focus on building some clothing here, because clothing is one of the, in fact, it is the thing that people most need right now in order to continue getting richer in the lower and middle strata. And then furniture. Furniture is obviously in furniture manufactories. Furniture manufactories use what? Can I not see it from this? Is there a way to go from here to it in this screen? I don't think so. What's the easiest way to visualize what they use? So we only care about domestic ones. Do I have a trade agreement with France? Hang on, why could I see textile mills in France then? Couldn't I? Anyway. Because these are owned by France. That's funny. Probably loads of the buildings in Alsace-Lorraine right now are owned by French companies. That's annoying. We might have to nationalize them. But yeah, so obviously textiles and dye. We don't have any dye, so just making it places where we can have textiles and textile mills is good. And then for furniture, obviously it depends on if we just do... Well, you're not allowed? Why not? Have to be doing luxury? Oh, is it because... That's weird. Why am I not allowed? Ah, this is one in Ile-de-France. Show me the domestic ones. So we do own some... Oh, is it because there are... Yeah, there's financial districts here. So that, yes, they own some land in my stuff, but I own some land... I own some buildings in their stuff as well. Okay. But anyway, where are some furniture manufacturers? Here we go. So, yeah, wood, hardwood, tools, and also textiles. So basically we're looking for somewhere where we have plenty of wood, and preferably, I guess, not much local construction. Where's it under? Resources? Yeah. So when we don't have much local construction industry, because that will use up the wood. So, I mean, yeah, there's some big woods down here, somewhere with a fair number of people in it, domestically, by the way. What is this? Ostling, where is that? Is that here? No. Why can't I... Oh, it's because there's none already built there. It's over here. Okay. Maybe... I'm going to be doing local... Yeah, it's somewhere where there isn't steel, I guess, would be a good place to make furniture. Oh, no, because they do use tools. Anyway, I'll have a think about this, and we're going to try and have a couple of states where there's a kind of half a local production chain happening to provide kind of standard of living goods to the rest of the country. I've realized a problem. So I'm bolstering the liberal movement, right? But their activism is always going to be heavily depressed by the fact that we have home affairs and law enforcement. So I think I'm going to stop. Because they're only going to be helpful if they're over 25% activism. Only at that point do they start actually impacting the chances of passing laws. And if I'm going to depress their activism by 25%, and we're going to have a lot of loyalists, I feel like this movement is never going to get off the ground. So I think it's not necessarily worth it. So yeah, I'm also heavily investing in new government buildings so I can try and lower our mortality, by the by. But yeah, I'm going to keep raising law enforcement as well, making that even more unhelpful. The activism bonus, anyway, even more unhelpful, just because I want to be able to prevent any kind of reactionary movements from causing us problems. But yeah, I think I'm going to swing towards using more and more decrees with the autonomy, with the stuff that we do have. Maybe I should be doing greener grass. Try to get some mass migration, but I feel like we're not going to manage. Yeah, 31 attraction, and America's going to be like, yeah, 56. It's pretty freaking high. But what could I do to increase my migration attraction? I guess just crank standard of living. Does standard of living affect it? And let's say I wanted people to move to East Hungary. I could more available employment. Yeah, standard of living does have a pretty big impact. Yeah, so I guess it will kind of happen naturally just by cranking our standard of living. But yeah, anyway, we'll see. I guess I forgot my new subject interactions mod means new to me, not that I made it. Means I can consolidate people, and I think you can only do it when they share, or at least on this setting, you can only do it when they share. Oops, you can only do it when they share primary cultures. So we can make Wallachia, historically walk down the road to making, to forming, what do you call it, Romania. So that's cool. Has made them very loyal to us, but with it rising, because obviously they're now below the equilibrium. But that's cool. Obviously that reduces the number of people in my power block, so maybe it wasn't a good idea, but I think it's good. I think my theory is I'm going to try and do kind of territorial expansion east, power block expansion west. I don't know how you see... Can you see who has a core on a province? Like, can I release sub-states like Catalonia? I know I can release Occitania. I guess I could look here. Where is it? Liberate country. Don't have an interest in Iberia, so I can't look at that. Who can we liberate in England? Malta. Okay. That might just be because I only have an interest down here, though. Yeah, cool. But yeah, so I'm going to try and work towards eventually integrating these guys while establishing more members of the power block in other areas. No, I think that works. In terms of the industrial bases I've decided on, so yeah, we're going for a textile focus in Eastern Hungary and Western Hungary. So Hungary is the textile mill of the empire, basically. And then Saxony, I'm having work on paper. So I'm putting in a little bit of steel so that we can manufacture the steel tools at a good price that are then going to be used in the paper mill. Sorry, not in the paper mill. There was something... I thought there was something that was going to use tools here. I guess once we go water tube boiler, it will. What was I thinking was going to use the tools? Anyway, there's sulfur here, which is why I think that would be a good one for our paper mills. Saxony is kind of a bit of an all-rounder. I haven't really focused it in on something yet. And then Anhalt has really nice logging camps, so I'm going to put a bunch of furniture manufacturers there. Now, we probably should make tools here as well. And I'm going to try and be a bit picky about how many tools I make, making sure that we're making tools locally, because as I understand it, well, it depends on whether you care about the throughput, but from a mappy perspective, which I don't think I've ever actually explained in a video, I'm just kind of assuming you all know more about this game than me a lot of the time. Mappy is if I make goods in Bohemia, I make tools, right? There is a local price and a market price. I can sell the tools to other people in Bohemia, or rather this building can sell the tools to other people in the state of Bohemia at the local price. So in this case, 35.9. But if I wanted to sell them somewhere else, then there would be a different local price, which was affected by the German market price. And I don't think I'm the person to explain this necessarily, but as I understand it, basically having the deviation from the market price is always to the detriment of your economy, basically. So let's say I was making tools in Bohemia. Tools might be a bad example because they're quite close in market and local price here. But what about steel? Yeah, so you can see that steel is about £5 more expensive in the German market than it is in Bohemia. So if you were in Hanover and you wanted to buy steel, a bad example, they have a steel mill, but if you're in Pomerania and you wanted to buy steel for your steel mill, right, they're paying 66, okay, despite the fact that the steel only costs 59.8 on the German market. So the local price here is being calculated, as I understand it. I might be able to see. Yeah, can you see it's so you see it's 10% up compared to the market price, and the price is being set 82% by the market price and 18% by production and consumption in Pomerania. The more it's set by the market price, basically, the better price it will that we achieved for steel. And again, I'm not necessarily the person to explain it, but that's the better price as a buyer and as a seller, as I understand it, which is seems counterintuitive that both those things can be true, but I think they are. I mean, but surely not though, right? Because the person selling steel here is making more money. I guess they're paying more for their inputs potentially, but anyway. But so the question arises, do I want to make steel in everywhere that has a tooling workshop in order to provide local steel production that the tooling workshops will be paying a more kind of fair price for? And I'm not sure, because the downside is if I have all my steel in one state, like let's say I put, and I probably will actually, let's say I put a bunch of steel mills in Silesia, however you say this area, they'll have throughput bonuses, which means they'll be able to make the steel more cheaply. So I guess, yeah, I think it swings and roundabouts, and I don't know exactly where the equilibrium is. Got this artillery foundry really not making very much money. I think so, makes slightly more even on that, but anyway, I'm not sure. But I think, because what's the problem of putting a steel mill here? Well, there's no local inputs for steel mills, so the tooling workshop gains its local inputs, which is good, and the steel mill gains local buyers, which, as I understand it, is also good, but the steel mill now has no local people to buy from, the coal and iron. So I guess the question is probably what costs more, 90 steel or 90 combined coal and iron? And the answer is going to be steel, because steel has a higher base price, I think. Base price of steel is what? Why is that not just on this screen? I guess some people just know it. Well, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it'd be, and I'm sure you could spreadsheet this out and work it out. I'm sure people have. But the other thing right now is the steel is lower in price relative to its base price compared to iron on the whole market. So I shouldn't worry about steel. Just worry about iron for now, probably. But we'll see. Okay, so there's been an Albanian uprising in the old sick man of Europe. I'm hoping we can negotiate that they... Oh, we have a truce with them for a year, which means I can't help. This is bad timing, Albania. I would have loved to step in and help you out. But I have to be neutral. Oh well. Okay, so Turkish uprising in Bulgaria. That makes sense. We can negotiate support. We can make them a protectorate in exchange for our support. That is funny. I've been reorganizing the military a bit. So we'll send the first elites down. That is funny. But yeah, our so the naming scheme. You requesting we provide military assistance? No. The first elites are artillery and cavalry heavy, as are the second elites, though less so. We're still building them up. And then the first, second, and third German armies are basically just big infantry blocks with lots of conscripts. And the blocking army is similar. But the idea is the first, second, and third armies don't need calling up unless it's a hardcore war. We just use the elites for that. I probably should have summoned the other elites because they're smaller. But so are the Ottoman going to side against us? No. Is it because they're cowards? No, they just don't care to side with the Turkish uprising. Interesting. The Conservative Party are still going to win this election, and the agrarians are coming in second, which is unfortunate. But I'm hopeful that we're trying, doing what I can for momentum for the industrialists, and we have got two good checkpoints. on wealth voting. Unfortunately, one of those checkpoints did cost us some rural folk political power, but nah, it'll be alright. So, good old Ottoman is fighting a Greek uprising right now, and our truce just ended, so seems like the moment to say, hey, liberate subject, or liberate country. Let's liberate Bosnia-Herzegovina. They might just accept. I don't want them to accept, because I want to say, hey, actually that's not all I want. I also want you to liberate Albania. And then once they've released them, I will choose the option that costs infamy but gives me the actual, gives me them as subjects, I think. And then also, we could force nationalization. Have you actually got many nationalized Wallachian? 3 building levels for 6 infamy. Yeah, that seems good. Could transfer subjects. Don't really want them. Egypt, what's your current diplomatic situation? Are you completely independent? They are. I guess I need to just take... I mean, if we're going to start driving east, we need to start actually taking land. So I guess I take... Okay, I'm going to call it Thrace, because I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Dogu, I assume the accent on the G means something, but... Yeah, I guess it's time to actually just start taking land down here and reckoning with the fact that it's going to have some turmoil, because they're going to be discriminated against, which is the locals, I mean, the Turks. Though the Greeks will probably be alright. Might end up with a very Greek Turkey, which would be troubling, but that's okay. We have return state. We can return southern Serbia. Yeah, well, we'll do that as well, because Albania is just a 1-state dealio. So we'll add that. Also, they're fearful, so I do need to add these to primary, so that we don't, even though it's going to cost extra infamy. But yeah, I think we conquer Thrace. Oh, 30 infamy. Oh my goodness. Is it increased because they're a capital? No, it's because they're a major power. Okay, so maybe I don't conquer stuff from them yet. We try and knock them out of major power status first. It's probably a good idea. How could we do that? We could yoink a treaty port, which was Istanbul, or half of Istanbul, I guess. When did Istanbul spread both sides of the Sea of Marmara? I don't know how early that was. It certainly wasn't when it in like the 15th century. I don't think we take a treaty port. Let's just take war reps off them, just try and weaken their economy. Basically, they still might back down, which is fine, and Russia might side with us, which is pretty funny. But yeah, this seems like a good war. I'm pretty sure we can win it just with the first elites. Shouldn't have a problem at all. Yeah. Meanwhile, we just switched over to using explosives in our mines, so they're really expensive. But I've almost finished building a bunch more, which should completely meet the buy order need that we have, which is no problem. Jolly good. Okay, things heating up against the Ottoman. Said England was very unlikely to join, but clearly they changed. Allied guarantee of oh, maybe I just completely missed this, actually. Looks like surely those things aren't new. But yeah, they are well and truly in. So do I want to demand anything off Great Britain? I don't think there's any... I mean, you know what? A treaty port on Great Britain would be great, but where am I going to get that? Why is Konya... Oh, no, Konya is... Yeah, Karaman, isn't it? That kind of region, anyway. We don't have any interests. I need to declare an interest on Great Britain. I also need to begin... I don't think we're going to do this quite yet. I think I should industrialize a bit more, but we need to start a, Anglo-German naval race a couple of decades early. When was the first dreadnought? That was what really heated up the Anglo-German naval race, I think, because that was when Germany suddenly realized they had a shot, right? I could be misremembering. My naval history is not great, but yeah, with Germany, with the UK in, they're definitely not going to back down. I could humiliate the Ottoman. Yeah, because that increases the odds of them falling out of being a great major power, which would mean we could take stuff off them with less infamy. That would be good. Cool. That's what we should have used our maneuvers on, not war reps or humiliate. We should have taken the Ionian Islands off the UK. But yeah, so I will, given that we're fighting the UK as well, I will mobilize the second elites. as well, and then just leave them up in North Germany ready to respond to invasion. And maybe also the second German army, just to have another small anti-naval invasion force. But I don't think England is going to fully mobilize up and deploy. They don't seem to much, and I think our elites are they're less elite than they were because we just recruited a bunch of new ones, but there's still many of them do have pretty freaking good stats, and we're doing well on military tech, I think. I don't know that there's any particularly easy way to see how well other people are doing on military tech, so it's a bit difficult to get a handle on, but 57, blimey, that's getting high. Oh, there we go, onto Ascent. Nice. Should be able to get wealth voting through then. Why do we want wealth voting, by the way? I don't think I really explained it. The main reason is to diminish the power of the aristocrats. You see, you wouldn't get this political strength from votes of aristocrats, capitalists, clergymen, and officers. Obviously, we do want the power of capitalists at the moment, but yeah, and then you get, what, same authority. We get, yeah, less legitimacy based on government clout, more legitimacy based on votes, and then same penalty from ideological incompatibility. Yeah, cool. And yeah, very much looks like that is going to go through. Starting at 17%, almost up to 56, rather. On a whoa. I do love those teleporting British. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. GDP line is getting good. And yeah, I was waiting to show you this until we got to the next level, which we'll do it again, I think. But our standard of living just spikes up twice because of implementing our health system and then increasing it. This is giving a flat, once we finished, going up to level 4, 2 standard of living, which is obviously a massive swing, which made people massively loyal. I think that is implementing the healthcare system. That's going to level 2. That's going to level 3, I think. It's kind of insane how many of them are doing that. They're still worried, even with a big force. They did put down their rebellion. Oh, it's more teleporting Brits on their way to the front line. No, they're going... Where are you going? Look at these guys. Oh, wow. Hindustan is kicking off. Interesting. But anyway, yeah, I'm still feeling pretty confident. If we need to send the elites down to the front, then of course we will. Should be doable. We are going to spend quite a lot of money, but the fact that we're just building stuff and then it's immediately being nationalized is actually meaning that even with negative 40k, we were still actually turning a profit. So, where are you going? Oh, you're just joining the front. But yeah. Back up to worried. It's quite a lot of extra Austrians joining the front. Sorry, Ottomans joining the front. Let's mobilize. Let's mobilize another army. Get them down here. Get the other elites down here. We want some XP on them anyway. Ah, yes, and now it's probably time to deploy our new arms industry method. No, it's actually not. At least it thinks it's not. What about just in the Ruhr? Still thinks it's going to cost us money. I guess small arms actually not too expensive right now. Oh no, still minus 17. That's probably fine. So war breaks out. We've got average offense of 36 versus their 23. Pretty darn good. Oh, numbers on the front not great because of Serbian infrastructure. We could throw down some river docks in northern Serbia. We can build those quite quickly. Maybe a few more river docks on this front wouldn't go amiss. Oh, interesting. I really like taking tech on these, even though that seems really good. But just because tech is harder to come by, or at least it feels harder to come by. Looks like even when outnumbered, we are inflicting not great heavy casualty ratios in some of them, but that one we certainly are. Some very nice gains here. So we did make Ottoman war reps, so just beeline the capital. I can't set it as a special interest. Because Bulgaria is not in the war. That's not ideal. Bulgaria, I'm gonna need you. I need you in this war, please. Because we need to let's send the second elites down there. Oh damn, I should have put my men, should have deployed my men to Bulgaria before I did that, huh? Parma left the block? Wait, where's Parma gone? Oh, Sardinia Piedmont annexed them. Interesting. I think we'd be able to keep a united Italy in our block, and it's less useful to us than having each of the individuals in, but it's not too bad. Should be doable. There we go. As if in celebration of our glorious push to the Bosphorus, we have wealth voting. Nice. So that isn't going to change much right now. It won't change things until the next election, I think. I mean, it changes the legitimacy calculation immediately, but mostly it's at the next election. We did just get a historical petit bourgeoisie radical. He is a social democrat, so he supports the labor movement. I'm thinking maybe I should try and boost the labor movement so it starts pressuring, try and make it start pressuring the petit bourgeoisie. Because if I get the petit bourgeoisie to be social democrats, that would be good. Because the armed forces are loyalists, which means they support proportional taxation. So if we have the armed forces and the petit bourgeoisie supporting proportional taxation, we could get that through. For sure. Because right now, it just says the trade unions. Why don't the armed forces support it? Is it because we're already on one of the three they support? And therefore they won't? It's not that they have a leader group interest. But anyway, yeah, it would be good. So I think I might pare back some education access. Because we're not having much education access problems right now. It's a lot we have to pare back, though. Yeah, I don't know. I would really like to be able to get the get him suppressing the petit bourgeoisie. I mean, if we can get proletarian petit bourgeoisie, that's a hard thing to pass up. It didn't actually cost as much as I thought, but put it back at some of the most populous ones. Oh, we are short on market access, finally. First time we've actually had to build a railway in order to deal with a loss of infrastructure. I'll build a couple, actually, because there's yeah, there's some money to be made on these, apparently. Transportation is pretty expensive right now. We look at transportation. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that's northern Norway. How do I... Oh, can I not sort this by domestic? Anyway, I'll look into that, but yeah. Definitely some money to be made building railways right now. There it is. Total victory. With only 18,000 dead, 60,000 casualties odd. Pretty good. Pretty good. Boom. So now we get these options. Because we have released Albania. Because we expanded our subject of Serbia. And we can take decisive control, make them a puppet. Protect them, make a protectorate. Enter our sphere of influence, giving a little infamy. I think I will make them straight into a puppet. And then Bosnia-Herzegovina, same thing. So obviously that gives us a bunch of infamy, but it does give us that. And yeah, is the rest of this state? How do you? Yeah, okay. Montenegro has a claim, so we should return that state to Montenegro. What I want to do now, ideally, is get Greece into our power block. Be good. Switzerland and the other remaining Italian states are trending towards membership, which is good. I also got the second tier of deregulation, which means we have automatic foreign investment rights, so I could save quite a bit of this by getting rid of that. We can't get rid of the one on Sardinia Piedmont for 4 weeks, but then we will be getting rid of that, which, yes, saves us some influence to spend on expanding our reach. But there we go. Bosnia and Albania liberated from the Ottoman yoke and put under the German yoke instead. Marvelous. Good for you, France. Your ambitions to expand... Wait, France is at war with... I was about to say, what a ludicrous idea. But they're already at war with Sardinia Piedmont, and I completely missed it. Do I not have an interest declared? I do. I have an interest in this whole area. Why didn't I see that play? Did it just start without a play because of some voice of the people something or other? Well, okay, we better go to war with France and stop that nonsense then. Do we have a truce with them still? No. Okay. Hey, France. Stop that. How about I make you a protectorate? No. Wow, Belgium a protectorate for 24 infamy. That's pretty good. I got to stop making protectorates though, because I need to annex them, and if we have too many, then they'll get really mad. Maybe I go in for a humiliate and then add other stuff. 1% chance they might accept. Interesting. I think... Yeah, I mean, 2% of my GDP is owned by them right now. I would like to nationalize. Let's nationalize and force a play. They have... How big's their army, by the way? I should probably check that before we go with them. But yeah, it's big. It's big. But we have a big war chest right now. And you can't go messing with Sardinia Piedmont and expect me to just take it lying down. We're nationalizing the buildings in Alsace-Lorraine. And I'm going to liberate Occitania. And we're going to go... Do we want to go balls to the wall, liberate Occitania, or we could start conquering? Could be fun. Give me low countries. They all cost 35. They're all capped on how much they cost. Like, which of these are good? Lorraine. Oof. Lorraine's pretty nice. Lead, iron, sulfur. No, coal. Kind of hurts, but... Yeah, I mean, lots of good stuff, honestly. And lots of financial districts that we could yoink. Give us ownership over some champagne iron mines and things. But I think we should probably stay relatively low infamy so I can keep trying to persuade people to join me peacefully in Italy. Nationalized buildings, presumably that requires me to take the capital anyway now I think about it actually. So sure. War reps, liberate Occitania, liberate Brittany, and then leave me with some stuff left, and we'll bring Russia in. To war, once again. They backed down. Oh, well, I don't want to take 76 infamy, even though it would give me all of Occitania. 7 to get them in our power block, though. Seems good. I'll take that. Nice. We got war reps in there as well, because I added it to our primary demand. So, thanks to that, France. Did that end their war goal? I think it did. It ended their war against Sardinia Piedmont as well. That is funny. Nice. Well, yeah, welcome to the world, Occitania. I'd like a power block embassy, please. Jesus, the bolstering really seems to have worked. 20% on the labour movement now. They are relevant. And they are pressuring 3 new interest groups. Nice. Which means I can grant you leadership. Which means the Petit Bourgeoisie are now led by a Social Democrat. Which means... Well, we're doing poor laws right now, but they should back proportional taxation. Yep. We have a 19% base pass chance on that now. Nice. We'll try and get that through after this then. Just again, shifting the tax burden onto the upper classes, increasing the standard of living and wealth and productivity of the lower classes. And pop growth as well. I should have seen that coming. It split the Conservative Party and the new Social Democratic Party. Interesting. We'll have to see whether we can get Social Democratic and Free Conservative, because the industrialists... What interest group is my leader again? Armed Forces, and we really need him in government. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Progress Party is not relevant. Oh, the rural folk wants to join the SDP. Yeah, it's probably gonna be this that we're gonna do, but I'm gonna let poor laws pass first because I need the... Well, actually, now that I have the checkpoints, do I still need the endorsing interest group in government? I'm not sure. Oh, hey, Greece wants to be cooperative, do you? Because I don't have the influence. I haven't quite managed to finish getting these guys into the block. And the Italians are slowly gobbling each other up, but Switzerland should join 99%. That's good enough for me. As soon as they're in, of course, we cancel that, cancel that, cancel that, cancel that, and we cancel that. There we go, some free influence. Hey, Greece. You'd think, I mean, it's a bit of a strange pattern, isn't it? Where you get people into your lobby and then you're immediately like, right, you know all those treaties we had that were why you joined our power block? Forget those. It's still better than having it just kind of drift in and out of your block, I think. Having these kind of lines, but it's a bit weird that you just instantly cull all of your relationships with them the second you get them in. At least I do. But yeah, poor laws, then some taxation, maybe some more rights. I don't think there's any that, I mean, do right of assembly, but just to get the tech spread, 10% more tech spread, that's kind of good, but I don't think they'd even back it, so nah, I think it's alright. Oh, war kicking off. What's going on? Tackling Sulu? I do not care. Okay, there's the election results in. I temporarily kicked the SDP out of government. What can we get? Yeah, okay, 56, but we have to kick the industrialists out of government. But we get the SDP in here, and once, yeah, we can get, yeah, they're neutral towards collectivized agriculture, which means I think, given that we're on tenant farmers, they would support a move to commercialized agriculture. So let's do this as our government, and we'll learn. Does that mean that poor laws just suddenly fails because no one's endorsing it in government? So who wants a defensive pact? No, that's okay. I'll get involved when I want to get involved. No, okay, it still just passed. Fine. And then I will bump that up, mostly just for the food security. I'm not expecting to be making very large welfare payments. We'll see how it shakes out. But now, what can we do? Whoa, we can have a play at racial segregation. Petit bourgeoisie don't love it, but they don't hate it. That would be really good. Yeah, I mean, our acceptance is actually quite high at the moment, but I think, well, let's have a look. I think if that gets a bunch of people from second class to full acceptance, it's well worth it. The other things we could do, of course, are try proportional, which the industrialists don't love. We could do, yeah, commercialized. I want to stay on laissez-faire. Proportional would be good. I mean, it eliminates the poll tax and the land tax, basically, both of which are pretty bad. We could also make a play for suffrage, but I don't think we want more suffrage right now. Yeah, no, I think racial segregation. The petit bourgeoisie don't love it, but that's okay. So that, and then by the time that's done, hopefully we will have invented the tech for commercialized agriculture, which then cheers the intelligentsia, sorry, the industrialists back up. This works. 30%, I mean, it's not great odds, but there's no chance of a stall, so just some good rolls on some debates. See us through, hopefully. Oh, I made a mistake. We got an event called a Hungarian Voice. It was like, get 20% bonus to pass racial segregation, and a new Hungarian person will become the leader of the petit bourgeoisie. The idiot is a traditionalist, meaning that the petit bourgeoisie no longer back it. It's also going to destroy my government legitimacy because the SDP is going to fall apart. Damn it. I think that means they're not going to back my commercialized agriculture anymore either. That's so dumb. It's the new Hungarian Voice, inspired by the increased racial equality, is going to change the petit bourgeoisie from supporting it to being a Minorian traditionalist, which means they remain reactionary. Wait, hang on. They're supposed to still endorse racial segregation as a reactionary. I guess it's because they endorse national supremacy even stronger. Yeah. Oh, that's annoying. I also bought a whole bunch of buildings in Two Sicilies, various countries are saying they're in favor of Italian unification. I want to try and get them all in our block before one of them can like unify with the others. I don't know if them being in our block will help, but it looks like we are still fortunately going to be able to get this through on the back of the rural folk plus previous checkpoints, but we'll see. I don't need pop-ups for new colonies, I think. There we go. Racial seg is achieved. And we can reform the government as a consequence. I could kick the SPD out of government, but I don't think I want to do that. We could also, I mean, it would be an unacceptable government, but we could technically have a free conservative SDP coalition right now. Obviously, we want commercialized agriculture. I'm only 5 months away from that, so I probably just wait. Don't do anything else. Whoa, we could even do total SEP. That'd be nice. Less authority, but that's fine. Well, that does actually lower acceptance for state religion, interestingly. But yeah, total separation would be nice, I think. There's another Turkish uprising in Bulgaria. Yeah, I think I just wait for mutual funds, and then we go for commercialized agriculture. Seems like the best path right now. But let's take a look at what that had. There you go. Only 8 million reaching a higher status. But yeah, cultural erasure is basically ending. Open prejudice is basically ending. It's going to be... I think there will still be some open prejudice, but like all the ones currently in open prejudice are rising. And yeah, 8 million being lifted out of second-class citizen is nice. So I was just looking at total separation, which we could maybe pass right now. But I really don't think it achieves much. Maybe I should, just to make the petty bourgeoisie happy. In fact, yeah, I think I am going to try it just because it makes the petty bourgeoisie happy, because we're going to try and annoy them with cultural exclusion, probably. But the thing is, I don't think it's going to make much difference, because our population is overwhelmingly Christian. Oh, no, it will make a difference. Okay, so it's going to make our Protestant pops a bit less accepted. But I don't think that risks... Yeah, I need to see a breakdown. Whoa, what the heck is that? Oh, it's my controller. That's funny. Sorry, I knocked my controller. You need to have a breakdown of like what percentage are at what acceptance within an acceptance. Because if they're at effectively like 110, now you, for example, what are you at? Yeah, so you're at one... The actual primary cultures are at 135. So going from 135 to 130, because the state religion will go from +20 to +15, doesn't matter. But I suppose the difference is, if we switch to it, it might help us with migrants. Because if we look at Bohemia, Bohemia has all these Czechs living there. The number of South Germans is skyrocketing because of all of this migration, I think. But because obviously we're building here. But the Czechs here are second class, which is obviously not ideal. If we take an example, so they're Catholic, so they're only getting 15. But that's 15 just goes to 15, right? That doesn't improve. And right now they're at 70. So there's no way we can get them to full acceptance without multiculturalism, basically. Is that true? Yeah, that's true. Even if because they're living in a homeland and showing a religious trait and +60, there's no way we can get that higher. Oh, well, it's only +60 from sharing. Does this give +80? From heritage trait +60? No, you'd need a culture and a heritage and cultural trait. Okay, so you'd need to be West Slavic. So basically that would allow the Czechs to accept the Polish, but not the Germans to accept the Czech. Okay, so yeah, we can't get them to above to 95 or higher, I don't think. But there is an advantage, because we have migration controls. 60 migration restricted us. You can only migrate to us if you have 60 acceptance. And if we look at some Russians, for example, right now it's already 60, but what's a better example? Well, maybe it will not make a difference. Like, let's say I wanted a Persian to migrate to us. It's going to go from 20 like this, whereas when we're on total separation, if we manage to pass the law, will be at plus 15 acceptance from religion. Yeah. That's interesting. So yeah, state atheism does accept less people, but it gives you that 25% conversion. It's interesting. Anyway, so this would go from 20 to 35. Now 35 is still, I just realized how formal I look for the stream. 35 is still better than 20. What does 25 get you these days? Well, no, 35 is still... Actually, 35 and 20 are exactly the same. It's cultural erasure. Damn. Okay, so that's no use to us then, really. What we really need is to be able to get rid of migration controls, but I just don't see any way we're going to be able to do that. And it makes the German movement militant. I guess we need large foreign populations in order to try and get a movement towards it. Because you can get... political movements, like look at all of these national movements. Are any of these... There's the German nationalist movement. Maybe I should be working to suppress the German nationalist movement so that we can try and move towards it. We're going so wide that I don't know if these are really necessary. How many do I need to suppress, by the way? 200. That's an unfortunate number. I think our education is okay. I think I will suppress the German supremacist movement, rather. Oh, I really wish the tooltip stayed locked once you hovered over other stuff. Because the movement from here to here, unlocking it is... Oh, burns me up. Alright, so we suppress that. Oh, sorry, that's the Czech national movement. Whoops. Don't suppress that. The German supremacist movement. Suppress that. Cool. Obviously, they're kind of... They like us right now, but we'd like to diminish their support such that when we start moving to some of these things, they're less peeved. So now I guess we need to try and find... Yeah, so this is a pluralist national movement, which means they endorse racial segregation, cultural exclusion, multiculturalism. But the thing is, our pop groups... Hungarian is the largest non-accepted culture. So I guess I just try and bolster Hungarian identity, or I conquer a bunch of North Italian land in order to try and bring more Italians in. Are they pluralists? No, yes, they are. Oh, but they endorse... the pluralists endorse segregation. Where is it? Here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Plus, we'd have to get the activism up, which I really don't think we can do. I really feel like we've kind of screwed ourselves on movements being useful because they're not... Because of our minus 35% onto their activism. Because their relevance just doesn't matter, really. So maybe I should stop boosting the Labour movement. I guess no, it's not totally useless. I need to boost the Labour movement right now to try and get them to pressure the armed forces so I can put this guy in so the armed forces can become reformers. My thinking there. But we'll see. We'll see. Meanwhile, GDP is growing. It's not going, parabolic, but we've got big tech coming in a sec. Steel frame buildings. It's going to be obviously very, very useful for our continued growth. Oh, that's interesting. The Anti-British Association has formed because Britain overtook us in the prestige rankings. Okay, interesting. Well, seems like a good moment to rival Britain then, huh? Which will cheer them all up. And yeah, maybe we start opposing Britain on the world stage. Oh, hey, they took over Kashmir and Sikh and all this area. Punjab, rather. Punjab and Sikh. Sorry, Punjab and Kashmir. Cool. What could we do to Britain? Where does the British Empire come to? Whoa. The Ottomans are in the British Empire. Okay, cool. Well, that's where we're going to fight the Brits then. We're going to fight them over control of Turkey. Interesting. Oh, Belgium. Belgium. Right now... They're genial to me, which is a shame, because I'm thinking about conquering them. The Belgians would be accepted, right? Wallonians would be 60. No, more than 60, because they're almost certainly they're all Christian, so it's going to be 75. And the Flemish, same deal, of course. Yeah, let's spend some infamy. Let's go off to Belgium. Problem with Italy I'm having right now is I'm throwing everything I can at the Papal States, and I don't think I can quite get them. It's close, but we're still short of where we need to be there. But yeah, sure. Let's go conquer Belgium. Demands, conquer state. I can't because we're cordial. Right, yeah. We need to worsen our relations there a bit. And aren't you Britain? No, you're in the Strasbourg conference. So let's start damaging our relations with Belgium. And then angle to go after them. Okay, I think it's time for our first major overseas conflict. Sorry, major overseas conquest. And I don't know how it's going to go, but I'm going to conquer just a bunch of land from the Ottomans. We're not going to love, or rather the locals are not going to love living in our country. So, you know, that's a problem. But let's just see how it goes. I mean, this is the expansionist campaign. So let's spend some of this infamy. We can't go to war with Belgium or Greece yet. I started just diminishing relations with Greece, by the way. Their ties to Russia are too strong for us to get there normally. So the kind of infamy efficient way is this whole vassalize and then annex cycle. But I need to understand better how you do that, because when I tried to do it in my England game, the problem was annexing vassals was just way too infamy inducing. So I don't think we do that. Now, why can't I return state? You have to have a claim. You can't use your subjects' claims. What? Or is Montenegro, did I not get them in a subject? Maybe they're just, okay, they're not a subject. They're just in my power block. So can I demand they become my protectorate? No, because I owe them an obligation. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll not conquer that state then. I'm accounting, by the way, adjacency to our subjects down here is fine for our adjacency requirement, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm really struggling to get the Papal States to join. I think if I give myself too much infamy, the Italians might leave the bloc. But that's not the end of the world, basically. I feel like I'm trying to do two different things in this game. One, interesting kind of expanding with adjacency, and the other thing is trying out this new power block mod, which, by the way, it really feels like it's very overpowered to have four principles, so I probably won't use this in my next campaign, but it is fun. Anyway, let's go conquer a bunch of the Ottoman. Now, the thing about the Ottomans is that they are recognized. They are only a minor power, but it's going to increase the amount of infamy generation we get against them. We need to invent civilizing mission for 25% infamy against unrecognized, because Egypt is not recognized. So if we get through to Egypt, we can then yoink a whole bunch of Egypt. And then if we can just get, cultural exclusion, which, oh no, sorry, it looks like we can do it right now, but we can't. But if we could get this, that would obviously be very good, because then we'd get 40 acceptance from that, plus 15 gets you to 55 acceptance. And 55 is second class. No, it isn't. Okay, but it is open prejudice rather than erasure. And I think erasure is where it starts getting really bad, right? I guess it's not that different, to be honest. You get way more assimilation at open prejudice than erasure, though. Huge swing. Anyway, let's do it. Let's just see how it goes. Because part of this is, part of this is not about an efficient play. It's about just, you know, working out how it works when you go on these tears. So we will get the first elites deployed. And I think the second will also be required. Others will be mobilized as and when it becomes necessary. We have loads of money, and the money keeps rolling in even though our balance is negative. And the reason for that is because when we build stuff, it's being privatized immediately. So there's just tons of money coming in from privatization, which is really hard to visualize, I feel like, because that's not represented in this, I don't think. This is just, and that tooltip is fun, but this is just them building, right? Yeah, it's new construction, not, what do you call it? Not privatization. But anyway, we'll see who comes in on this. If Britain comes in, I will yoink the Ionian Islands off them. And we're going to add... We're going to wait, but then once people have joined in, whichever they decide they do join, we're going to add in some more land yoinks into this, I think. And we'll see how high our infamy ends up going. Because, yeah, with 30 infamy, we can see that we suddenly start losing ground. Because they go... Yeah, our infamy dollars infamous is -10 on that. I guess it's a good moment to learn what it is at higher levels as well. Like what reasons for leaving it will grant people. If our leverage is high enough, they basically can't leave, so... Yeah, so Infamous brings it down to -25, and of course it damages our relations when you add these new things. I added in taking Aydin? I'm not sure how you'd say that. It's the only bit of Turkey I've actually been to, so I should really know it. But yeah, we're up to 53 infamy now. So let's see what happens when we add Konya. It's going to be a big one. Konya. Where is it? There it is. Only 16 for this. That doesn't actually get us up another tier. I kind of need to add these to the primary war goal, though, because they might well back down. Which would be unfortunate. Those are only 3 that I really need to get to being able to conquer into Egypt, though. Maybe I add in some more over here. I want to get over... So now we're notorious. This is going to cause loads of radicals, by the way. Excuse me. So notorious... Oh, sorry. Is it the same? Is 25 all the way to 100 the same? Anyway, this is obviously a hugely infamous war. I'm going to add in a din. And now if I go any higher... Oh, no. I should be able to add in Konya. And there's Great Britain siding in against us. So what could we do to Great Britain? There's some... Yeah, I mean, there's some nationalization I'd like to do. Potentially. Can I not add war goals against Great Britain? Oh, I can, yeah. British wars. Transfer. Don't have enough maneuvers. Okay, I think I'm going to wait for this to go down so we don't go over 100 infamy. Maybe we will just start pushing over 100 infamy and just see what happens. I think it will just destroy our relations with everybody. But if we just have a couple of subjects and then damn the rest of the world, we'll see how it goes. Oh, here's the problem. +1 liberty desire from infamy of overlord. Yeah, they really don't want you to go over the infamy. Okay, that's a big problem. I was just going through seeing like where we can try and synergize our governments more, trying to get some of these people onto our trade policies and things. But if we're going to get +1 from being high infamy, we really need to integrate all our subjects pretty pronto, basically. Oh, it's not ideal. Farcically good luck on this total separation, by the way. I think it's because... Yeah, okay, I guess it's not that good luck. It's just that there's no chance but advance. Because, yeah, we just got 3 good checkpoints in a row. So it's definitely going to pass. Okay. New election just kicked off. Sorry about the creeps. I really need to remember to WD-40 this mic arm at some point. I've been saying that for like 20 hours of recording. But anyway. Construction is spiking because we switched to steel frame. Glass is fantastically expensive compared to where it was. So I need to get a whole bunch more of that built. But we'll get there, we'll get there. So new parties. Yeah. The SDP is collapsing, of course, because there's been some member flight. And there is now the Free-Minded People's Party, who are, whatever this icon is. What does that icon mean? Shouldn't I be able to hover over that? Free-Minded People's Party. I guess maybe the icon doesn't mean anything. But anyway, so we need to reform the government. We want to keep the petty bourgeoisie in. So for now, we'll do this. We'd lose a lot of loyalists by reforming it early. Is there a tooltip that explains why we're losing so many? Maybe we just let the election play out with us at low. Yeah, that's okay. X must have political movement to enact laws. I think that means yes, must have political movement to enact laws. So I think we just wait it out for the election. Rather than lose 1 million loyalists. I don't want to gain them. I'd rather have them than the Conservatives, though. Yeah, I think we do reform. I can't just sit here for that long not passing any laws. So we'll kick the Free Conservative Party, sorry, the Agrarian League, out of power. Try and get total separation through. In the meantime, I did manage to get that guy's interest group pressured, which is good. So the Labour movement is now pressuring them. Oh, there we are, onto voting. Nice. So that's good, obviously. You guys still attacking in? Yeah, we've obviously got their capital, so it's just a matter of time now until we stomp them here. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to switch too many over to steel frame just because I can't necessarily afford it. But there's a lot of glassworks queued up coming, so should be good. There we go. Great victory. Lots of British soldiers did show up, but it did not help them. So there we go. Yoink. German Empire. And this definitely connects, because, I mean, that's, come on, that's closer. I mean, it's not quite as close a connection as that, I don't think, but it's very close. Excuse me, pause. So that's good. Our GDP took a hit, by the way. That is when we mobilized the arms industries. And so now, of course, I will... Oh, God. Well, first off, I'm definitely not dealing with that. We will use the new function, because that just looked awful. But yeah, we will mobilize our arms industries again. Oh, and military shipyards, we can... Yeah, this was never profitable just because we don't have a navy, so not that worried about that. But yes, we will do extensive demobilization on the arms and artillery foundries, which will make our GDP spike back up again. But here we go, our new holdings, and in them, looks like about 2 million radicals. They are big mad. So this is where our turmoil resisting bonuses, 50% less state penalties from turmoil, and doesn't this help with it as well? No. Will hopefully help. I imagine we'll immediately get a Turkish national movement. Yes, they are pluralists, but yeah, they're going to be passive, because even though they've got 11,000 radical supporters, I feel like that's going to increase quite a lot. All right, and there's finally the election results. What are we looking at the end of the day? So we can get these guys in. Who's supporting this current law again? Armed forces and petty bourgeoisie. Okay, well, we could get an unacceptable government with the industrialists, petty bourgeoisie, but the problem is the industrialists are these damn protectionists. So I think we do this, kick the petty bourgeoisie out of power temporarily, which brings in the armed forces. Oh, the armed forces leader got replaced again. Oh no, here he is. Right, sorry, I haven't given him leadership yet. I think we do this, and we hope that we get someone else other than a protectionist. Could I exile you? I could. Would I want to? How do I... Shouldn't there be that thing in here about who you get? Oh, here we go, yeah. So we could get a market liberal. I'd like the market liberal for what? For commercialized agriculture, yeah. So yeah, let's do it. Put them in power. First, kick you out, which they won't like me for. They got a Democrat. And we put them in. Oh, okay, Democrat means they're going to back this, actually, so that works. And now, how do you guys feel about commercialized agriculture? Yeah, they're all about it. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So we'll do this, and then we'll do commercialized agriculture. In fact, should we switch to this immediately? This is not as important. Let's get commercialized agriculture through. And yeah, junkers won't like it. They can suck an egg, basically. Okay, another election. We are having problems with politics right now because we got a radical by event, unavoidable radical, in charge of the industrialists. I think I might give up on elected bureaucrats. I know we're at voting, but with only 20% chance, and we need to fix the government, basically. Right now, I can't do anything with the industrialists, but I kind of don't mind staying a monarchy. Seems kind of fun, right? It's different. So let's put a reformer in charge instead. At which point, I was kind of hoping I could form a different union with them in it. Looks like we can't, though. We need them in. Oh, that's interesting. That's still about as legitimate. Yeah, we need them in just because this guy's in the armed forces. Yeah. If I can get this guy in charge, of course, but it's another 5 years before you can do that. Free-minded People's Party will get the trade unions and intelligentsia, though. So what about this? This is not legitimate enough just because... What? Yeah, just too incompatible on distribution of power. Yeah. About this? Put you in? Yeah, this could work. Oh, but I can't because the trade unions really want to come in. Okay, I think we have to just put these guys in with the petty bourgeoisie just to have a legitimate enough government to do anything. And then will this... Okay, yeah, they still support this, so that's not the end of the world. And then if we can switch the armed forces in 5 years, if that guy's... Oh, hey, revolt in Britain, I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, and we're helping the Sweden put down Norway who were revolting in exchange for King Jutland. So that's what we're doing there. Yeah, economy wise, we have 5,000 quid in reserve right now, which is not ideal. The switch to steel frame buildings is very expensive, but we're building tons more steel and glass and iron, which is helping. We could take a pause from that to build some... I think clothes are quite expensive right now. Yeah, clothes are pretty expensive, so we could take a pause. In fact, I think I will take a pause to bang out large numbers of very profitable clothing mills. How many infrastructure are these using per level? Yeah, we can't fit too many. What are clothes you use at the moment? Tools, dyes, and silk. Yeah, I mean, not stuff we're really producing much of locally. It's not going to be much more profitable here just because this place obviously is being strapped of all its textiles. But if we throw those in, along with a bunch more textiles here, I think that will be profitable and will help. Plus, maybe I can use this mandate to give myself some more money. Not really. Internal trade doesn't really do much for us. I think, isn't there a... Yeah, if we go for the next level of deregulation, we get a 10% company throughput bonus. That'll help a bit with the economies. I'm pretty sure we're being very inefficient with our companies, by the way, because we double up. Like, these guys are arms industries, and these guys are arms industries. These guys are artillery, and these guys are artillery. And then these guys are steel, and these guys are steel. So it's kind of wasting buildings that one or the other could own. But I like the kill rate plus army offense. It just seems fun to have a super buffed up military. But yeah, as you can probably tell from the fact that I'm going on speed 5, I'm not necessarily thrilled at the moment. I don't really know what really drives me to keep playing is the problem. I think because the going true high infamy run doesn't work with subjects. There we go. There's Jutland. They're probably pretty mad at me. Yeah, the radicals down in Turkey, though, are diminishing in number. Turkish movement is 40% now. So how much would that give us for multiculturalism from them? 1%. Okay. Because they're at least 20%, and then it's their relevance that actually does it. Okay, that makes sense. We are integrating these states, which would change it. I think I am going to keep playing, but I'm going to go die to Commander, whatever his name is, Gaius in Elden Ring for a few dozen hours and then come back. On the bright side, our standard of living is very high, which is nice. Our population continues to rise very steadily, partly just because we have that high standard of living, 24 standard of living on the middle strata. And we have been running, low consumption tax economy for such a long time. It has been pretty effective. The other thing, and I'm not trying to just complain too much, but the other thing that made me not want to play for a bit is this interface. So I want to build more railways. Okay, where do I want to build them? I want to build them where where transport is expensive. Okay, so I go to goods. I sort by transport. Maybe I can fix this actually. So I can see now, here's where it's expensive. Okay, great. So I can click on these buttons, right? But now I can sort by country to get only the ones that I have. This is probably from a mod, by the way, this screen. I don't really remember. I think it's more, maybe it's more compact in the mod or anything. But so I go to the balance sheet. So I want to be building them here. We have this massive negative transport balance here. So, I mean, those are, wow, those are very profitable. But anyway, so I want to build that there, but I can't filter by these countries, and I can't have this alongside that, because what I really want on this screen is the goods price. But yeah, anyway, still a good game, and I'm going to keep playing, but I'm going to take a pause now. Right, beat him. Commander Neil went down on attempt number, like, I don't know, 180 or something. Really not that bad. So, where was I? Right, so economy not looking superb because we're trying to do this standard of living push. You know, no consumption taxes and so on. Only medium taxes. Mostly because I am spending a great deal on building right now. Steel is too expensive, even though it's 2% below the base. And we're spending a lot on glass. We're also spending... yeah, I mean, a decent amount on paper, but nowhere close to what we're spending on steel and glass. So I guess we focus steel and glass for a bit. I also thought the textile mills, iron and stuff would be helpful as well. But we'll see what I can do to get this debt under control. Sorry, this, you know, deficit spending under control. What is our debt gonna be, by the way? Only 0.6%, which really isn't that bad at all. So yeah, we'll see. Also, I experimented with using a... AI upscaling to be able to have the trees, which I just thought was really funny. It does kind of work, but it gives me input lag, so I'm not going to use that. But I have added some trees back. We can still hold 40 FPS with some trees now. There was an update to the game. I don't know what it did. I'm not going to check. This isn't serious Victoria 3 gameplay. But yeah, let's see where we can go from here. I'm already thinking about my next campaigns, by the way. I'm thinking Sokoto would be a fun one, and Qing No Diplomacy, I think would be a... Maybe I should have cared more about that update. When I went over the monthly tick, sorry, the weekly tick the first time, the whole game crashed. So, not quite sure what caused that. Hopefully it won't happen again. I restarted, it went over that one just fine. We'll see if it crashes forwards. I see that Otto von Bismarck has retired from the Junkers. Who we got now? An authoritarian in charge of the... still backing the French Association. Interesting. Interesting. We'll see if they remain aligned with the Conservative Party. Zero alignment with the Conservative Party, which is not... the Conservative Party seems like a pretty weak coalition right now. Oh god, the evangelicals are Luddite? That seems bad. Anyway, let's see what we can do. Truly, we have created the perfect Balkans. Bosnia-Herzegovina now controls all of it because of the subject interaction consolidate subjects, which is meant to not be broken because on this particular setting, because you can only do it when they share a primary culture. But we also have a thing which lets us add primary cultures to subjects. So I added German culture to all of these different subjects, and then they're all combined. Now it might be... I'm not sure if that's going to make it easier or more difficult to unify them. It does mean I can unify them all at once. Once our infamy comes down, I think we can do it. And we need to synchronize... Oh, I think it's broken. Yeah, okay, it's broken. That's annoying. We are spending, technically, still on synergizing economies and synergizing bureaucracies with subjects that no longer exist. So that's annoying. So we're not able to use that anymore. But that's okay. What's this? Who are you? Ah yes, my market liberal petit bourgeoisie. Wait, market liberal petit bourgeoisie? We had a reformer petit bourgeoisie a second ago. Oh, we still do. Ah, that's one of the politicians, the leader. No, sorry. Yeah, the leader. Who was that guy? Is it you? Okay, it's the market liberal. Okay. Who we can't grant leadership. Interesting. But yeah, the subject mod does seem a little bit broken. It's kind of fun to add new things, but it seems a little bit broken. I'm increasingly thinking we should call this series. We're obviously, I mean, we're just too big, right? Which is kind of the obvious. Everybody knows this problem with playing Super Germany. You're just simply too large. And it means that I don't find myself caring the way I should about optimizing a lot of stuff. One thing I really don't know, I mean, this costs money. I guess silk's already really cheap. Tea's worth fertilizing. I'll go with productivity increases even if the overall cost is, the overall profit is bad, I think. Yeah, our fertilizer is probably getting expensive. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. It's a fun game. I like the idea of expanding. It doesn't really work. The problem with expanding only adjacent, I mean, it kind of works, but one problem with it is that the infamy system is just so punishing for that particular kind of gameplay style that you really have to either have no... The problem with infamy, I find, is that you can't have anyone in your power block, basically. If you just push super high infamy, everyone gets mad and leaves, and all your subjects get super high liberty desire. So it doesn't really work. I feel like... I don't know, maybe it would make the infamy system too weak, but I feel like only great powers should care about it. Maybe? Because why does Bosnia-Herzegovina care if I really aggressively conquer land off the Ottomans? They should be all about that. But they're not. It's an interesting flag you have there. Oh, you are state religion Sunni. That's funny. Interesting. But yeah, it could be an interesting run to do high infamy, but you basically have to commit to like power block of one person and no subjects in order to make it fun, I think. So maybe I'll try that as Russia. But for now, I have some other ideas. I'm not sure. Whoa, Sokoto got yoinked. I have some other ideas for other Victoria campaigns I'm going to do. I'm not going to delete this save or anything, so it's possible I'll come back here, but I think it's unlikely. I feel like we're #1 in the world on GDP. We're not quite on population, just behind the two massive Asian populous powers, obviously. Oh, interesting. Oh, I guess they've been... I was wondering why India was so unified. England will be using the consolidate subject interaction. That'll be why. Okay, I guess. Cool. If we were to keep playing, by the way, we can put the SDP and the Conservative Party in. The Conservative Party and Agrarian League fractured when the landowners became marginalized. And then we'd be able to do cultural exclusion, which would be good. But... yeah, I think we'll call it here. It's a fun game. I liked the unification stuff. It's kind of interesting. This is a ridiculous number of loyalists. I think we got these loyalists basically just because we industrialized so quickly and didn't use any consumption taxes, basically. I'm also not going to play with some of the more economy-changing mods next time, I think. But I don't know how long this video has been. Thank you so very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you got to the end, I imagine you may have. Look forward to the next one, which I think I'm going to play in a fantasy mod. I think that'll be interesting. The thing that I struggle with is, like, how do I see where it says there's lots of job seekers here, right? And yet my steel mills that are very profitable, extremely productive, aren't full-on people. And I don't really... they aren't willing to work for that wage. So why don't you raise the wage? Like, you're massively productive. Much more productive than these tooling workshops. So I don't really understand why they're not raising the wage to outcompete. Like, why is that so low? Do the tooling workshops have... they have engineers and shopkeepers working there. But the laborers are being paid way more here. I don't really understand what to do when you start running out of people. I mean, the main advice seems to be, acquire more people. The other one is obviously turn on pop saving stuff. But in this case, for example, it would make it more productive, but it would lose you tons of money because steel is not expensive enough to account for all of this extra iron and coal. At least it thinks it would lose its money. Maybe it's just wrong. Maybe if I got a better understanding of what would actually do it. But yeah, there we go. Super Germany. Hope you enjoyed. See you in the next one.